We have aggressive conservation policies. This has resulted in us being home to the 1000th World Heritage Site, the Okavango Delta. It originates from the highlands of Angola, and fresh water, the freshest water you can imagine, trickling down, traveling over 1,000 kilometers. And when it gets into Botswana, it drains into a delta. And when it spans out, it waters and quenches the thirst of the mighty Kalahari Desert. And when that happens, you get the most diverse, exotic, aquatic species in a desert. And the flora and fauna that emerges from there, it's almost as if God in the book of Genesis left yesterday. It's beautiful beyond measure. And there you can be in the midst of all this and feel truly the African regal presence. So come to my country and I'll take you on a tour.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 4 of the 6th Africa Tourism Leadership Forum and Awards, live at the Gaborone International Convention Center. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage your program director for today, Patile Kifitile. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. I heard the announcers say a round of applause. I didn't hear it. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Secretary General of UNWTO in absentia, Zurab Polokashvili, Ms. Angel Makombo Ntumba, the SADC Deputy Executive Secretary for Regional Integration, Minister of Environment and Tourism, Honorable Fildan Nani Giring, Deputy Minister of Environment, Forestry and Tourism of Namibia, Honorable Heather C. Bongo, Ambassadors and High Commissioners here present, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Environment and Tourism, Ms. Grace Mozilla, and other Permanent Secretaries present with us this morning, senior government officials joining us this morning, the acting chairperson of Botswana Tourism Board, Ms. Wincy Ramapoi, the acting CEO of Botswana Tourism Organization, Me Kitumetse Setlang, chief executive officers from various tourism bodies, the chief executive officer of the Africa Tourism Partners, Mr. Kwache Donko, esteemed speakers with us this morning, tourism associations representatives joining us this morning, captains of industry, exhibitors, members of the Fourth Estate, distinguished delegates to the ATLF, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the last day of the insightful and impactful conversations right here at the 6th Annual Africa Tourism Leadership Forum, ATLF, held this year under the theme Shifting Demand Dynamics to Shape the Future of Intra-Africa Travel. A round of applause, please. Thank you so much for that relation. It's so encouraging. Thank you so much for that. I'm reliably informed, ladies and gentlemen, that last night at the Culture Night, fun was definitely had. I think that's also another reason that we had to start late this morning. It was difficult for some of you to actually wake up this morning, but we're glad to have you with us this morning. And we're glad that you did have so much fun and you interacted so well with our culture last night. I'm very, very happy to hear that. My name is Oratile Kifitile, and I'm so delighted and honored to be here directing proceedings for this program this morning. Now, a few housekeeping rules before we get on with our program this morning, ladies and gentlemen, especially for some of our guests that are only joining us today. The restrooms are on your right as you exit through the main entrance. They should be on your right, clearly labeled for your convenience. You should be able to see where the ladies are and the gents are. In case of a fire, God forbid, please make sure that you calmly walk out of the hall and assemble at the fire assembly area, which the great staff at the Grand Palm Hotel will direct us to. And also, because it is our last day today, we have a few activities lined up for you. I'm reliably informed that there's a few excursions that are lined up for our esteemed guests this morning. So we kindly ask that you indulge us in trying to keep to time, because already we have started late. So our time is clearly fast spent. So kindly indulge us as we will be trying to, moderate and cut our time really, really short. Phones, please, may they be on silent to allow for the smooth sailing of the program, and may we kindly reduce our movement in and out of the hall to allow for the smooth sailing of the program. And also be attentive, ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly ask to all the speakers that will be giving us information this morning. Like I said, our time is already fast spent. Please help me welcome onto the stage to give us a message our first speaker for the morning, former Business Botswana President, Mr. Kgobusamang Kibine. Kibine, the program says 5 minutes. So if you could kindly indulge me, sir.
Bakaitu, good morning. And allow me to say all protocol observed. The director of ceremonies just warned me when I met her here that 5 minutes. So I promised her it will be a minute. So I'm gonna do it in a minute. I stand here and maybe let me just clearly reintroduce myself for those who don't know me. My name is Kgobusamang Kibine. I've been president of Business Botswana, which is the apex chamber of commerce in Botswana for the past 6 years. I have passed the baton to my successor on the 27th of September in the true spirit of democracy that Botswana is renowned of. So, unfortunately, my successor is not here. He's doing something elsewhere. I wanted to introduce him. I'm not lost to private sector. I continue being in the board of Business Botswana, and I'll continue participating wherever a need arises. Our message remains very, very resolute and very, very intent. We are and have been, Mr. Dango and myself, about 6, 7 years, sat in a forum where we invited him to come and talk mice. I'm very happy now that there's a strategy in place, and thank you to Honorable Minister of Tourism and the BTO that strategy is in place. We are concerned about issues of accessibility, air, road. Just to give you a typical example of what we mean by accessibility. Recently, I tried to cross through the Kazungula border post, the newly built bridge in Kasane to go to Zambia. And the cost was about 3,500 to cross. And then I decided, no, I'll go to Vic Falls instead. When I go to the Vic Falls, Zimbabwe, Botswana border gate, I counted in the 30, 45 minutes I was there, not less than 40 vehicles from both trucks, from both South Africa and Namibia, all of them going to Zambia, but going through Zimbabwe. And I asked them why. The cost to go through the Kazungula bridge is exorbitant. Now, yesterday and throughout this conference, I know that issues of access, even today, I see in the program, issues of access remain extremely prohibitive. Now, if you are talking continental free trade area, we really have to look at things like those. One other area that is of big concern to us in the private sector is air connectivity. It's not just the unavailability of direct flights. For example, Botswana, we pride ourselves as being the center of SADC. But to get to Botswana, if you don't go through South Africa or Ethiopia, you are almost guaranteed to take 2-3 days. A couple of years ago, about 2 years ago, I flew to Rwanda for the Commonwealth Forum. It cost you 16,500 to fly economy, not even business class, to go to Kigali. Now, we are talking youth, we are talking startups, we are talking SMMEs and SMEs. I can definitely assure you that my members at Business Botswana cannot afford those kind of pricing. So let's look at our connectivity, our ability to travel from A to B. Let's look at where governments are deliberately going out of their way to provide accessibility and say, let the cost be the kind of cost that the majority of who are talking about, let the cost be the kind of cost that when we talk continental free trade area, all these things become accessible. So we will continue with the new president at Business Botswana at the helm to advocate for reducing the cost of travel, specifically to ensure that the dream of the continental free trade area is reached. Thank you.
That was definitely not a minute, but thank you so much for keeping within the 5-minute framework. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's give another round of applause to the former president of Business Botswana, Rehobusa Mangibine. And it's said that, you know, what he says is actually the reality that some of us live. I think it's the main reason why we have convened here since the beginning of the week to have dialogues really designed in Africa by Africans for Africans to bring together key stakeholders of Africa's travel, tourism, hospitality, and aviation sectors to network, share insights, as well as devise strategies for intra-Africa travel and tourism growth across the continent, whilst obviously enhancing the brand equity of Destination Africa. Without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome to stage our second speaker for the morning to speak on innovation, education. Actually, before that, we get a message from SADC, and I'd like to welcome onto the stage the Deputy Secretary of the SADC Secretariat, Angel Makombo. Please let's welcome her on stage with a thunderous round of applause.
Your Excellency Zurab Mololi Kavishli, Secretary General of the United Nations World Tourism Organization in absentia, Minister of Environment and Tourism, Honorable Fidanani Keren, Ministers and Deputy Ministers here present, Deputy Minister of Environment, Forestry and Tourism of Namibia, Honorable Ether Sibungo, ambassadors and high commissioners here present, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Environment and Tourism, Ms. Grace Muzila, and all the permanent secretaries here present, senior government officials, the acting chairperson of Botswana Tourism Board, Ms. Wincy Hamafoy, the acting CEO of Botswana Tourism Organization, chief executive officers from various tourism bodies, the chief executive officer of the Africa Tourism Partners, esteemed speakers, tourism association representatives, captains of the tourism industry, exhibitors, members of the fourth estate, distinguished delegates to the ATLF. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's really my great honor and privilege to address the sixth Africa Tourism Leadership Forum and Awards 2023 being hosted by the government of Botswana. to the Ministry of Environment and Tourism, and the Botswana Tourism Organization and the United Nations World Tourism Organization. I will deliver the solidarity remarks from His Excellency Elias Makosi, the Executive Secretary of SADC, who would have loved to be with us today, this morning, to deliver himself the remarks, but who has a conflicting schedule. I'm really delighted to note that the Africa Tourism Leadership Forum has been able to bring together key public and private sector leadership and other stakeholders from across the African continent and the rest of the world, from the travel, tourism, hospitality, and aviation sectors, to share insights and devise strategies from intra-Africa travel and tourism growth across our continent. This is an important forum, which is meant to provide market access and business development opportunities for intra-Africa tourism ecosystem, as well as serves as one of the important instruments for enhancing the African continent's brand equity of Destination Africa. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in view of the tourism industry capacity to create jobs, reduce poverty, and generate substantial revenue, the Southern Africa Development Community, well known as SADC, has over the past years taken important steps to promote tourism growth in the SADC region. One of the key initiatives was the development of the SADC Tourism Program 2020-2030, whose vision is to ensure that growth in cross-border multi-destination travel in SADC will exceed average global tourism growth levels by 2030. And the aim is to serve as a roadmap to guide and coordinate the development of a sustainable tourism industry and facilitate the removal of barriers to tourism growth. The main objective of the SADC Tourism Program 2020-2030 are: 1, to broaden the spread of tourism arrivals and receipts among SADC member states by increasing the number of countries visitors on average. The second objective is to increase return visitation and average stay of for visitors in the region. And the third objective being to ensure that tourism receipts and arrivals to and within the region exceeds average global growth level, among others. The program is also underpinned by 2 principles, namely: 1, advancing sustainable tourism development and promoting economic inclusion and transformation. Second principle, maximizing partnerships. And third, following a whole of government approach. In achieving the vision and objectives, the program will pursue 5 core strategy goals, namely: the first goal, stimulating visitor movements and flows to and within the region. Second goal, improving and defending the tourism reputation and image of the region. Third, developing tourism in transfrontier conservation areas. Fourth, improving quality of visitor experiences and satisfaction levels. And the 5th goal is maximizing tourism partnerships and collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm also happy to announce that the region has made progress with regard to the implementation of some of the key interventions required to set up the right platform towards the acceleration of tourism development in the SADC region. These include, among others, one, the establishment of a tourism coordination unit with all the proposed staff as per the regional program within the Secretariat. Two, the setting up of operationalization of a SADC private sector platform within the SADC Business Council to lead private sector engagement in the implementation of the program. And third, the creation of 3 regional tourism working groups on SADC tourism access and experience, on SADC tourism reputation, policy harmonization and partnership, and finally SADC TFCA to equally steer implementation of the program. It's really encouraging to note that following the effect of the COVID-19, SADC member states have shown stronger commitment to accelerate the recovery of the tourism sector by taking really positive measures, including A, fast-tracking the UniVisa pilot project implementation based on the good experiences between Zambia and Zimbabwe. And second, by addressing policy obstacles to improve air access as part of the implementation of the Yamoussoukro decision to grow tourism and economic activities in the region. As we are all aware, air access is one of the major challenges affecting sustainable growth of the tourism industry. We have just been reminded that, not only in the SADC region, but throughout the African continent. Therefore, there is a need for Africa to address the high cost and inconvenient air access, which is a major tourism constraint for many of our destinations. While inadequate demand is often an inhibitor of feasible route expansion, liberalizing air access policies and practices in accordance with the Yamoussoukro decision on air expansion, both on international, regional, and domestic routes, is really necessary. In addition, airports in Africa should be improved to international standards, and countries should be encouraged to expand international air connectivity. Furthermore, the SADC Secretariat is currently working with partners to promote investment and development of cultural and heritage tourism in order to tap into a very rich culture from our region and turn it into wealth. This would equally further empower our local communities, maximize the available benefits, including through job creation. Ladies and gentlemen, you will recall that last week, on the 27th of September, the world celebrated the World Tourism Day under the theme, Tourism and Green Investment. This was a call to action to the international community, governments, multilateral financial institutions, development partners, and private sector investors to unite around a new tourism investment strategy that is targeted towards investing in people through education, investing in the planet by focusing on its sustainability, and investing in prosperity by focusing on youth and innovation. But while highlighting the recent global and regional trends and outlook of tourism investments post-COVID-19 pandemic. As you have noted, the main focus of the United Nations World Tourism Organization message was premised on fostering entrepreneurship and innovation with the aim to increase the level of investment to support and incentivize entrepreneurship, particularly of young people and women, and generate opportunities for innovation in the tourism sector. I'm happy to note that Africa Tourism Leadership Forum has taken note of this call. I therefore really applaud the organizers of this event. Please, let's applaud them for embracing the United Nations World Tourism Organization agenda. And I wish to encourage us all to play a significant role towards promotion of investment opportunities for young people and women in tourism. As I conclude my remarks, may I encourage all stakeholders here present to work collectively in order to achieve our tourism transformation agenda. Equally, I encourage everyone to harness innovation and use of digital technology as some of the vehicles to accelerate creation of decent job opportunities for all and to uplift the plight of our communities, especially youth and women in the tourism sector. I thank you all for your attention. Merci beaucoup à tous. Muito obrigada. Asante sana ke a leboga.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for that message by the SADC Deputy Secretary, Angela Makombo Ntumba. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a message on innovation, education, and investment in Africa's tourism sector by UNWTO Executive Director, Natalia Bayona.
It's my pleasure to celebrate with you green investments today. According to the recent UNCTAD investment report, global foreign direct investment grew 64%, reaching almost $1.3 trillion in 2021. Last year, those investment values experienced a 12% decline to $1.3 trillion in 2022. The highest performing destination for foreign direct investment last year was Asia, with $662 billion, followed by North America with $338 billion, Latin America and the Caribbean with $208 billion, Africa with $45 billion. Moreover, Europe, the most mature region, experienced a strong setback, recording minus $107 billion in foreign direct investment due to the geopolitical problems and the consequences of the war. What is happening in tourism? Everything is absolutely writing in this sector. Looking at 2021 and 2022, foreign direct investment project numbers in the tourism cluster grew by 23%, from 286 announced investments in 2021 to 352, according to FDI Markets by the Financial Times. Between 2018 and 2022, foreign investors announced a total of 2,415 tourism greenfield foreign direct investment projects in the tourism cluster. The estimated investments of this announcement amounted to $175 billion, with expectations to create approximately more than 380,000 jobs. The leading destination when it comes to tourism investments is Western Europe, with 143 announced investments combined with an estimated value of $2.2 billion. Then we have, of course, United States of America that announced 198 projects and had accounted a global share of 8.2. This is, of course, strong and coherent because these are the most mature regions when it comes to tourism. Spain was leading recipient in terms of total announced foreign direct investment value with $19.4 billion between 2018 and 2022. The top 5 countries by the number of announced foreign direct investment projects in tourism are Germany, UK, US, Spain, and the UAE. More than ever, we need to promote not only investment on infrastructure. When we see the overall investing in infrastructure is more than 80%. We need to invest in people. A recent ILO report has informed that an estimated of 882 global tourism jobs per year will require vocational training until 2030. When it comes to investing in planet and sustainability, the global financial needed to implement the Sustainable Development Goals is estimated to be between 5 trillion and 7 trillion per year, with a 2.5 trillion annual financing need in developing countries for key infrastructure sectors and related areas where social impact and community-based tourism is crucial. I have to say as well that when it comes to sustainability, we have to take into account not only the climate change, but also what is the real impact of tourism in the sector. And on the other side, of course, to promote a more green infrastructure that can help to achieve the social impact, the women empowerment, the community-based in what we are doing. And at the end of the day, that this is current when it comes to the creation of added value jobs. I have to say as well that not only it's important to invest in people and planet, the third pillar of the UN agenda is investing in prosperity. Investing in prosperity is about investing in youth empowerment, investing in startups, investing in every single thing that can make the most human economic sector brighter. As you know, 50% of youth working in tourism only have secondary skills. Education is crucial, but also having an innovative mindset is crucial today. According to IFC, the green building sector represents a 24.7 trillion investment opportunity by 2030 across all emerging market cities with a population of more than 500,000 people. And when it comes to green infrastructure, it compromises, of course, a small share of the global construction. We have to take into account that today, tourism SMEs are almost more than 80% of the whole touristic business tourism chain. We need to empower them as well to invest in sustainability, to work with them in order to account a better future through education, and finally, to innovate and to use digital skills on the matter. I want to thank all of you because today, more than ever, this is the moment where in the UNWTO, we feel that by empowering people, by empowering buildings and infrastructure investments into a greener world, and by empowering youth, by using startups, using new technologies, using artificial intelligence, the metaverse, data-driven decisions, among others, can help in a way to promote a more efficient and a more complete investment framework. I would like to wish you all the best in everything that you do in this journey. And of course, I want to welcome you to follow the UNWTO initiatives when it comes to investments, to innovation, to education, and to enroll them in order to lead the change in this sector, the most human economic sector. Thanks a million. And once again, you count on the UNWTO to make things happen. Thank you.
Applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the presentation by the UNWTO Executive Director. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now receive a special message on youth and women inclusivity by UNWTO Director for Africa, Elsia Grandcourt.
Dear Honorable Minister Fielder Kereng, my dear brother, Mr. Kwachi Donkor, honored guests, once again, it gives me a great pleasure to address the 6th edition of the Africa Tourism Leadership Forum. First of all, allow me to commend the joint efforts of Botswana and Africa Tourism Partners in the organization of this annual event, which brings together leaders and key stakeholders of Africa's tourism sector. Over these years, the ATLF has proven not only to be a dialogue platform to share insights, experiences, and best practices, but also a true manifestation of the African continent to shaping its own destiny towards the evolution, modernization, and the sustainable development of the tourism sector. As you all know, tourism is the 3rd largest export category, representing a global force for economic growth and development, generating $1.7 trillion, accounting for about 4% of the world's GDP. Tourism is a multidimensional and transversal sector endowed with dynamism, flexibility, and resilience. And these factors deem essential to drive and sustain the empowerment and inclusive socioeconomic development of local communities and disadvantaged groups of people, not only in our continent Africa, but also in the rest of the world. Tourism, as we know, creates 1 in 10 of the world's jobs, thus constituting an important engine offering multiple employment opportunities to women, youth, and unskilled workers across all the subsectors of the industry's value chain. According to the data included in the 2nd edition of the UNWTO Global Report on Women in Tourism, women represent 54% of the tourism workforce worldwide, a percentage that rises to 69% if we consider the Africa region. Furthermore, it is paramount to underline that an increasing number of women undertake leadership positions in the tourism, travel, and hospitality industry. Their role as key decision makers is more and more critical in framing innovative policies and introducing operational frameworks which drive the evolution process of the sector. Even though these achievements demonstrate that important steps are being taken towards gender equality in the tourism sector, more needs to be done as persistent challenges are yet to be tackled. Addressing these kind of challenges in tourism is crucial if we consider that many of them also involve young people who represent the future of our sector. Young people will be key to drive the evolution of the tourism industry and pave the way of its transformation. Such a high number of young people is an opportunity for the continent's growth, but only if these new generations are fully empowered to realize their best potential. It is thus especially important that young people are included in the decision-making processes and given appropriate opportunities and proper means to work and innovate the tourism sector. Upskilling, capacity building, and training deem in this sense paramount to empower, cultivate the talent of the next generation of professionals. They will be requested to identify impactful and disruptive solutions in order to build a new vision of the tourism sector and contribute to its recovery process from the unprecedented consequences of the pandemic, which are still ongoing. UNWTO is strongly committed towards women and youth empowerment, which are also enclosed as the core priorities in the UNWTO Agenda for Africa, Tourism for Inclusive Growth. The 10-point plan, strategic plan of the Regional Department for Africa, which is aligned with the achievement of the 17 UN SDGs. In this regard, I would like to mention some key initiatives that has been developed so far to unleash women's potential in the tourism sector. The creation of the Women Tourism Leadership for Africa Committee, bringing together key tourism stakeholders from private and public sector to discuss on strategies and the implementation of effective actions to consolidate the role of women in tourism. 2, it's the UNWTO Women in Tourism pilot project in the Limpopo province of South Africa, with the objective of fostering women entrepreneurship by providing advisory, guidance, mentorship, and technical assistance to unlock more tourism career opportunities along the value chain of the sector. The Center Stage Program Initiative, which was launched in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic to support the repositioning of women in the tourism sector, is an initiative that is currently being implemented with the support of the Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany, GIZ, and UN Women. This project aims to strengthen and coordinate and focus work towards gender equality in tourism governmental institutions and businesses. The program includes targeted training workshops and measures to boost female career progression, improvements to the legal framework, and the collection of sex disaggregated tourism employment data. When it comes to empowering youth to tourism and expanding their skills and capacities, UNWTO offers a comprehensive portfolio of products and services which intend to build on a highly qualified human capital base in tourism. Just to mention a few, we have the online and in-person courses of the UNWTO Academy, the UNWTO Jobs Factory in collaboration with HOSCO, connecting talents with employers of the sector from all over the world, UNWTO Student Leagues, the competition for students to foster talent development and propose innovative solutions for tourism aligned with the UN SDGs. And in addition, the Global Youth Tourism Summit, which is a specific platform created by UNWTO, recognizing young generations as a major force for development and social change by highlighting their potential to drive the sustainable development in the tourism sector. To conclude, allow me to stress the importance of the role of the governments as well as of the private sector stakeholders in implementing effective policies and measures. In this sense, I want to share with you that we have two key publications that were released in 2022, including recommendations and guidelines on expanding women's position in the tourism sector and prepare the future generation of tourism leaders. One publication is on gender mainstreaming guidelines for the public sector in tourism, which contains tools to support tourism institutions, apply an approach that integrates gender equality and women's economic empowerment, and the tourism education guidelines guiding policymakers on how to increase access to tourism and education and capacitate young people with solid skills in order to meet current and future market demands. On this note, I reiterate all my appreciations to the host country and to Africa Tourism Partners for giving UNWTO this opportunity to engage with you. I wish you all a very successful and fruitful event. Kea Leboga. Thank you all.
Me that we can't talk about enhancing the brand equity of Destination Africa without talking about innovation and education as well as investment. And of course, the inclusion of youth and women in participating in the tourism value chain development. So I think let's give another thunderous round of applause, please, for the UNWTO. I think it's also critical that we mentioned that they have also been the biggest players, really one of the biggest players in putting together this event and making sure that we're where we are. So please let's give UNWTO another round of applause. All right. So we get to a point now where we start our panel discussions, and I'd like to call the moderator for the first session, BDO Director South Africa, Christelle Groman. And she will be calling on to stage her panelists. And may I kindly ask that, because there's a lot of seats or chairs on the stage, we could start from the side going that way for production purposes. So please kindly indicate to your panelists as well to do the same. So the next panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, will be speaking to ministerial and executives on delivering successful tourism concession programs, forging public-private sector partnerships to thoughtfully leverage concessions for tourism development in African communities. Once again, let's give it another round of applause, please.
Good morning, everybody, and all protocols preserved. I'm hoping that I've done, I think we've had a lot of introductions this morning. I'm going to do a short presentation, but I'd also just like to bring my panelists onto the floor so long. We have the Honorable Minister Kering, Minister of Environmental and Tourism, for Botswana, if you could come on to so long, and as well as Thabo Tamani, the CEO of CEDA in Botswana. Please, if you could sit on this side as they ask. This side. As they ask, thank you. And we'll get into, so we've got a smaller group on the floor this morning. So we're going to have a really robust discussion between the three of us. But I thought, and not just I thought, of course, you get instructions from Kwachi on this as well. As I'm standing in for Elsha Grandcourt that can't be here, big shoes to fill, I'd like to just do a short presentation on concessions in the tourism industry and what are we talking about. I think when we just sort of look at this title of long title that has just been given by the program director, it does sound like a mouthful. So let's try and ignore public-private partnerships. Let's just try and deal specifically with the concessions element of it, because public-private partnerships is only one way of dealing with concessions and using and how you will actually bring it to contract. So I'm trying to say where must I click to? Okay, if you can just move it to be. So what is a concession? I can't really read in front there, so I'm going to be standing like this. It's not that complex. It's essentially the right to use land or other property for a specific purpose, granted by government, a company or an authority or controlling body. And it can include both a commercial operation as well as a piece of land at the end of the day. So that's a concession. So moving to the next slide then. Oops, gone the wrong way. So what is a tourism concession then? Basically the same things, only the only difference is that you're undertaking a tourism related operation within the concession. There's usually an exchange of a fee. So you're giving out the concession and it's receiving a fee by the authority. It can often be in a protected area or natural site. So you often see concessions, particularly in Africa, that is often the case. And it could provide a variety of product in there or tourism services. It could be one of them and it could be all of them in that service. So what goes then into a concession contract? And this is where I would start to say, if you looked at my title page, you know, do the do's and don'ts of, or the use of concessions, and it's not for the faint-hearted, is where I then start to bring in, is if you look at some of these concession contracts, that it's something that you need to get right. It is a written agreement, so it is a contract. It has quite strong formality between an authority and a partner. The partner is normally the private partner. Basically allowing specific rights to be used by the partner, and there's rights and obligations of both parties. It may be called an agreement. There's all kinds of different names, and as I said here as well, it may be a PPP agreement. It may actually be a lease. There's different ways of doing the concessions, or a management agreement, and often the partner signing is called the investor, is called the private party. So there are different names for it, but it's essentially the same thing. So up until now, it actually sounds not that very complex. Okay, we've got a contract, we've got a private party, we've got a public party on one end. We have a thing that we want them to run for us. Not so difficult to do. Let's then get into what makes concessions. And there has been quite a bit of research done on this, and some actually by very esteemed people. I've had the fortunate ability or have been fortunate to work on quite a number of concessions in different ways. So working as the transaction advisor for government, working on a private sector base where we're actually bidding, helping a private sector bid into a concession. I have worked on not only tourism, but also student accommodation, head office accommodation, to understand the differences that you see in tourism vis-a-vis other public-private partnerships. I've worked on concessions that are not public-private partnerships and those that are. And then also in aviation, for instance, airports, etc. So quite a wide variety. There are certain key things that keep on coming up that doesn't matter which product it is, and what are you trying to put out in a concession and what size of the concession it is, that you still need to take into consideration. The first being, you need good transaction skills on the government side. And I'm talking here, or the authority side, I'm talking about financial, I'm talking about project management, legal, etc. It is very frustrating, and we see it now as many of the PPPs within the African sector and also in tourism is coming for retender. That if we look back at the contracts, government has often been out negotiated because they didn't have strong enough people in their contract. Also, you need to make sure that those people are going to be available for most of the contract. We often have whoever is putting together the contract is not there 20, 30 years later when those contracts actually come to an end. So it needs very long-term thinking from a government perspective. And I always say, if we're working as a transaction advisor to government, is pretend that you're going to be here. You're going to be dealing with this. And this is a relationship for a very long time that you need to keep right. So let us negotiate at the beginning to make sure that you can have that good relationship working throughout the process, but not get out negotiated. You need an experienced service provider. Now, it doesn't in the private party. Often we want to appoint as the authority what we can get the highest amount out of in respect of a concession fee, but it's not necessarily the most experienced, okay, because they may not necessarily understand what they're getting themselves into. You need to know, again, that you're going to be having this entity as a partner for many years to come. So therefore, you need to know that they can develop, can adjust, can keep the experience that they have in it. And they need to understand what goes into running some of these. I think many of our concessions that we've seen on first round concessions that are now coming out for retender, we're seeing quite basic things that we didn't do right when we chose. We selected those, and then also just in respect of what we asked or put in to agreements to what we actually then seeing come out of the agreement, that we actually achieve it. So that is quite important. I think this has been mentioned many times. We talk about it as sustainability, part of the greening. It was mentioned again by Alshad a little bit earlier, and through some of the earlier speeches and through the days. Valuing local community participation. You need to understand that although it is an agreement between two parties, the authority, whatever, your stakeholders are actually much broader. And those stakeholders that are not necessarily written up in the agreement can be the ones that can bring your concession to its knees. We have a lot of difficulty in respect of community land claimant issues, etc., for many of our unique concessions, where we're starting to see serious unhappiness because we have not achieved one, what we set out in the 20 years, or the expectations were totally different. So this needs to be very clearly written into also what these concessionaires need to go and do to achieve this. And then just a sound concession framework. This is your regulation, this is your laws around it. Every country has different agreements. It may be something that the Africa Trade agreement wants to look at, just to see if you can, perhaps on an African basis, particularly things like PPPs. Some countries use PPPs for the concessions. There are some differences. Some allow automatic renewal. Some do not allow automatic renewal because they see it as a lack of competitiveness. And so it all brings its own elements. I'm going to try and move through this a bit faster. Yeah, am I now? Sorry, am I? Can you move the slide on for me? Thank you. So let's look at understanding some of the commercial requirements. Now, a contract is essentially a commercial agreement. So there's a lot of commercial agreements. I'm not going to go into this, but you need equitable contracts that protect the interest of both parties. As I said before, if the one out negotiates the other, it is not going to help for a 20, 30-year period if you have to stay in this relationship. So it is not, you're not going in there to try and win the thing of beating the bid. You're trying to get the best of the world that you're going to be trying to deliver at the end of the day. The opportunity must be attractive. We often find, particularly in the lodge industry, that there are a lot of concessions in, that there's a vanity sense, and that vanity sense sort of overrides business sense at the end of the day. Now, unfortunately, if my funders are still in the room, Cedar's here, the funders will tell you, you know, they don't fund vanity. They will fund business. So it needs to have a business opportunity. That's important. You need to have applicable periods for correct periods for the type of product. So often you'll find that for restaurants, it's retail, etc., the periods are shorter. For those where you're putting more funding in an investment in and the capital is higher, you'll see that the period goes longer, so more to the 20 to 30-year period. We have seen now through research, as we've gone through the first processes of many of these concessions, that actually 20 years is often not long enough, particularly if we don't achieve the expected demand within the period that you had anticipated. So I said some countries do have options for renewal. This brings with itself also some concerns in that the longer the entity is there, the more sort of entrenched it becomes, and it's not necessarily then seen as a good competitive sort of way of running your concessions. Clear understanding of the asset ownership. Exactly which of the assets have you got management of, particularly in your parks, in your protected areas. What are you going to be doing? Do you as a concessionaire also have to do roads? This is a bit of a difference between running a lodge. Working in the felt, making sure all of these are kept up to scratch. Concession fees must be reasonable. So we do find that when we go and do the selection, you get a whole range of concession fees, and it's often very difficult for government to sort of see what is the best to take. You know, we want to have obviously the highest concession fee because that for government is going to bring them the most money, but at the end of the day, it can be quite a high amount. Mostly concession fees are a percentage of turnover. There are other ways of doing it, as I've indicated on the screen, but generally speaking, profit doesn't work very easily because there's so many parameter differences between depreciation structures and financing structures that come into play that it makes it very difficult to assess. If you're trying to do it as profit. There definitely is more and more the acceptance that there needs to be some kind of capital return as well. And so there is on some of these, and particularly in PPPs, some residual values calculations as well. So the extent of the concession fees again can range significantly, and they depend on many things. And you can see there, it makes absolute sense when you look at it, but it shows you how complex it is. It depends on the value of the structure and the cost of capital. It depends on things like the access to your concession area, to the competitiveness of your concession market and the length of the concession. And then finally, a concession needs effective risk management and monitoring. And if you don't do this, your chances of managing that is going to be quite difficult at the end of the day. So, and particularly when you're dealing with PPPs, you're dealing with risk, trying to reduce your risk as much as possible. So that is a little bit of just giving you some background to concessions, what goes into concessions, and therefore to say that if we then have to answer the question, and that's what we're going to start, and I guess Mr. Tamani, I'll start with you, is if concessions are so complex, why do we do it? Okay. So we'll start with that question and then move in to the rest.
Any other? Oh, thank you. Check 1, 2. Oh, good. Thank you very much. Well, the minister will just be back shortly. Let me, first of all, kindly and graciously stand on the protocols and salutations already offered. And indeed, wish you a pleasant and good morning, and to welcome all our visitors to Botswana. And before I go into this very complex question, just to remind all of you that are coming from outside that one of the responsibilities of state entities and this particular ministry of environment and tourism is to attract FDI, foreign direct investment. And I'll kindly ask you not to return with your money, spend it here in Botswana. And thank you for that. If concessions are so complex, why do we do it? First of all, as you rightly pointed out in your presentations, you know, this land is normally owned by government. And it is important to know that governments are not in the business of, you know, making businesses. They facilitate and enable and create an enabling environment. And they tilt to the scale in favor of the private sector and businesses. And most importantly, it's citizens. So government can do it. They would rather have partnerships and avail it to the private sector, to the communities. So even if they're so complex, I think what is very key is that government must take away all the complexities around concessions for them to be very successful. And then what I'm basically going to refer to is that, you know, you need to enable proper legal and regulatory framework. It's one of the key aspects of decomplexing it, if there's ever such a word, you know, taking out the complexities around concessions. I think, you know, one of the things that make concessions very complex is that, you know, you normally find concessions in areas where you have the local communities, you know, and you would want the local communities to also benefit from that. And in most cases, you find that they are not ordinarily empowered sufficiently and optimally. And concession owners tend to take advantage of that. And in some instances, they look for, you know, those citizens that are influential in a traditional setup. And, you know, for lack of a better word, maybe I should have asked you whether I should be mellow or I should be brutal. Okay. And most of these private sector concession bidders, because they find these people in the local communities not empowered, not skilled enough, they don't understand these complex transactions. Some of them, not all of them, they deliberately make this very complex and for them not to understand. So I think the reason why we are here is to basically say, Let us change this narrative. And we need that mindset change and say, if I'm going to get into this business with this particular person, it is my responsibility to make sure that they are also empowered. Because if you don't do that, history will judge you very severely. Let me just stop here for the moment and hand over to you. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Ah, there we are. Thank you very much, Tamani. So, Minister, I think that's a good place, I think, for Tamani. We've got a lot of good information there. But maybe let's take the question of what is it that Botswana has many concessions. And I'm sure some have been very successful, some have been maybe less successful, they've gone for many years. And the question is, does Botswana get the benefit from it? Is it something that you want to continue with? And if so, what needs to change? What needs to be better, if it needs to be better?
Okay. Thank you very much. I think this is a very important topic. I want to contribute by talking like I'm telling a story, because it's a Botswana's governance story regarding natural resource management, conservation, community beneficiation and rural development. So, the community-based natural resource management program that is, placing communities that exist adjacent, to protected areas, wildlife management areas, national parks, game reserves, and communal areas. From the time we started, the rural development program, national planning, after independence, the people have always been put at the core of national development. Apart from diamonds, we recognize that Botswana is endowed with natural resources, a lot of it. We are home to the largest population of elephants, as we speak, in the whole world. And we realize that, okay, forests as well, veld products that people, utilize for food, for house construction and for other livelihood means, we recognize that we must help the communities to utilize these better, to protect them better for sustainable utilization. And through the rural development laws and policies, we emphasize that it should be all inclusive, very consultative, and we value the people that live around those areas. Yes. Through the laws, through programming, national budgeting, and so forth. Now, the rural development policy, supported by other policies. We have the community-based natural resource management program that started in the late 80s. So for us, we are not talking about something that's new, that we are being told we should look this way. We have been doing it as an integral development process. That program has been existing with the communities being organized into community trusts that are supported by government and by other stakeholders. They formulate themselves. Sometimes it's one community, sometimes it's a cluster of communities. That's maybe, I will give an example. Around a national park or around wildlife. So when they're organized like that, the government, through the Department of Wildlife and National Parks and the community-based natural resource management program, they support the communities also through the local authorities. So the concessions are designated within those protected areas. The land is state-owned land that is delivered to the communities through leases that are administered by the local land management authorities or the land boards. So the communities are given leases, they're given the land to utilize anything that is in there. It's wildlife, it's forest, it's whatever, fish, so they can exploit that, generate incomes, and then, plant back those revenues into other alternative, means of livelihoods. Then they venture into partnerships with investors because they get the resource. We give them the resource. We won't give that resource to anybody except for the citizens, especially those that live around the resource. It incentivizes conservation because when they benefit, they protect. So it has always been, what drives us as Botswana government, working with our partners and communities. Now they do joint venture partnerships with investors. So then negotiations and a contract, and then the business is done. And then there are fees that are charged, the lease fees that are planted into what you call National Environmental Fund, that communities anywhere in the country can actually access to do conservation, to do projects that protect the environment while they benefit, from the businesses that they do there. He mentioned, the issues around, capacities in negotiating contracts and stuff like that. We have the technical advisory services. It's called TAC, Technical Advisory Committee, consisting of local authorities, wildlife. They have a system, an institutionalized program that assists these community trusts to help them how to better negotiate contracts with an investor, how to utilize the resource, and what to do with the benefits. I just want to say that we have success stories. We still have challenges, of course, of capacity, and that's why we are here, so that all these AFCFTAs will help us, to advance this. We will continue this because it is our national development intention. It has been what we have been anchoring our development on. It has had impact. Let me conclude, because maybe we'll ask some more questions. We have around the Chobe National Park, concessions given to communities, and there's a classical example, the Chobe Enclave Community Trust. About 5 villages in that enclave, they have a community trust. They own a 4-star ecotourism lodge that you must visit, because what they are doing for the communities with the revenues, they are allocated hunting quotas for access to wildlife, for beneficiation to the communities. We have controlled hunting areas designated and allocated to those community trusts. Now they're given a number of elephants, some lions. No, we don't hunt lions, okay? Elephants and other species. They look for hunters from abroad, professional hunters. They come, they pay for the hunting, 1 elephant, then there's a cost to that, there's negotiation and stuff like that. The revenues from the hunting program planted back to the communities. These communities in the sector, the Chobe Enclave Conservation Trust, they have been able to support agricultural, practices. They have done education. They are building houses for the needy, and they are actually valuing that resource, the natural resource, wildlife, because they are seeing the benefits. So what you want to do is scale up this, package this, and let other countries know that the Botswana story of conservation for people by people with government is the success story that must be rolled out through the continent.
So I like this because you have a direct relationship. It is not an authority, private sector, and the community sitting on the side. It is the relationship actually is the community in its format with the private party. So they're actually talking to each other directly. I think that is makes sense, and I'm not sure it's not the same way in South Africa. I think for many of the protected areas, which makes it perhaps a more complex approach, and I like your complex. Is the scale, Tamani, can they achieve the scale, the communities that they need to get enough out of the agreement?
I think it's fine. Can they achieve the scale enough? I mean, to get the benefits. I mean, local communities, the maximum benefit. Look, I think I would recoin it to say, how is this program? How should it be designed, implemented, and managed to benefit local communities so that maximum benefit is derived? I think it is important to note that when you design this concession, you need to do a community needs assessment. I think it's very critical that you conduct a comprehensive needs assessment in consultation with the local community to identify priorities, aspirations, and challenges, first and foremost. And in that way, the program will align with the genuine needs of the community, therefore fostering a sense of ownership. That's where you start, and then the next step will be the participatory planning process, where you engage these community members in the planning process through community meetings, workshops, and consultations. And in that way, they'll be part of decision making. You create a sense of empowerment. These seemingly are softer issues, but they're more important. And over and above that, you need to have capacity building. Capacity building, you provide training for, you spoke about skills. You know, the minister spoke about capacity building and training. And I think it's important to know that these will enhance members in certain sectors around hospitality, you know, guiding, entrepreneurship, and sustainable practices. And most importantly, you know, you need a transparent governance structure, you know, and governance about doing everything right, even when no one is watching you, you see, and you don't need someone to come up with a stick and say, there's this law you are breaking, you know, do it upon yourself. So for me, if these things are collated in one, then you will derive maximum benefit out of that because you've taken the local community along, you know, and even when it comes to funding, which is what I've been doing my entire life, is that there are different types of capital out there. You know, you've got fast capital, you've got the regressive capital, you've got dangerous capital, and you've got patient and developmental capital. You know, when you get into these things, you must go there with patient development capital, because at the end of the day, the asset that is the land will be optimally used for the benefit of the community and in turn, the country. Let me just stop there because I know the minister wanted to chip in there. Thank you.
So Minister, I'm going to come back to the scale question because I know you wanted to also answer to that. But I also wanted to ask you, in addition to the scale question, is it possible for these concessionaires, are they making good business? Is it a good business? Is there continuous good interest on the Botswana side for concessionaires to come in? I know some of your concessionaires are quite a long period as well. So is that interest continuously there? We want to be involved. When is another concession coming out? Are we keeping that pipeline interested? Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. Maybe before that, I mean, I wanted to put a point that before the community starts to trade in these concessions, there are management plans that are conducted. The management plans will regulate and control any business, construction, whatever, you know, and specify the kind of infrastructure that must be there, the specific areas where you can do a lodge, or specific areas where there can be consumptive, non-consumptive use and stuff like that. So this is the control and regulatory thing that guides what to do, what not to do, and how to do what, so that you protect the place. So in terms of, you know, going to scale, I would very openly say we could generate more revenues. We could have more benefits. We could actually increase, you know, capacities. We could have much more billions, you know, of revenue generated if we had better capacities for the community trusts to actually sustain and do bigger businesses and be able to negotiate the business themselves, because you don't know how much is, you know, going to the investor and maybe little or less, you know, to the communities. But we're always watching that and saying we will improve, you know, in their capacity to do that. There can be more. Now, in terms of interest, there is interest from different key players and those who have interest. The investors, those who are already in the business, they want to stay longer, they want more concessions, they are asking for more. Those communities that are affected by wildlife and there's no concession there, they are asking, can we give us a concession so that we can actually at least utilize that? And then these elephants that have not encroached into areas that they never existed before, at least we can benefit. They don't say, no, we don't want these animals, they are destroying our crops. They say, help us to benefit more from utilization of this species or of the wildlife. So there's more demand for that. Young people are coming up. They want to operate tourism businesses around the Okavango Delta, around Chobe. They want to do this business. They are looking for investors. So some of them already own the land and they want people who can come and work with them in that. The demand and the interest is so high, and especially with the citizen empowerment drive that the government is having, you know, we want to, you know, we've started actually to increase, you know, allocation of land parcels to citizens, to young people. We report our progress and impact of our policies on how many young people, how many women, how many people in the rural areas out there, how much scaling up have we done, with how many additional campsites if we allocated last year or in the past, planning period to these communities, how many more newer communities, have we been assisting, and what are the new things that we are doing? So we will keep doing this.
How important is it, Tamani? So we talk about, you can't just, so this is the thing with a concession. It's not something that you as government, you have the contract, the community has their land, they're going to the contract, and then you walk away. You as government have to be there all the time, assisting the community. So it has to be training them with the skills, as we've spoken about, business skills and negotiation skills. This is an ongoing, and as younger people come up, continuous skills, obviously bringing those mentors in to make sure that this is actually a circle that continues to be there. So enough of communities that can maybe train other communities that then can also get into these businesses and create that scale of interest for people then to invest. So this is a long term.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Quite a critical aspect of capacity building, training, business development, mentoring, and monitoring, and so on and so forth. Look, over and above what the minister just alluded to in terms of the initiatives done by government, government can just offer this concession and step back, but government has got state entities, that are responsible for making sure that the propensity for success and also the developmental progress is actually infused in our local people. And that is where government created an entity through an act of parliament called Local Enterprise Authority that specifically looks at, business advisory services, to all entrepreneurs within the country that are willing to access that need those particular services. And one of the key focus areas, hospitality, and the tourism. And not only local enterprise authority, there are many others that are there. I'm just simply giving an example of the local enterprise authority. And I think one of the aspects you did ask earlier on around whether can concessions make more money? And I was urging, because in my local language, I think, we could make a lot more. We could make a lot more. What do we need to do as financiers? And I'm going to wear the head of a financier. What we need to do as financiers is to not always walk around and look at everything as a risk, because that's what we tend to do. We just look at risk. I mean, I'm seeing these people here, they're all risky. You see? So that's what, we need that mindset change and a different narrative to say, what is it that these people are seeing that I'm not seeing? Let me learn from these people. And of course, there's always an amount of risk. And then one of the other aspects, I hope insurance companies or insurance personnel are here. We need to develop products that are very specific to the hospitality industry, because you can't have one size fits all. You can't. We can't have one size fits all, because one aspect why financiers only see risk, and I'm one of them. I'm going to accept it. You are all riskier in my view, because no one has de-risked that particular. So insurance companies must not only be out there for a quick buck, but develop products that are geared towards looking at the cycle and the product nature of tourism. And in that way, I'm happy that I've made a comment on this aspect of revenue maximization. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamani. And I can see my time's up. The lady is very good at her timing there. So I'm going to leave the last word with the minister. Of course, you can have the last word. That's why you're the minister.
Thank you. Oh,
Yeah. And if you just want to maybe if there's an important aspect you feel that you would like to reinforce or something we haven't actually dealt with yet, and on this topic of concessions and the importance thereof to the industry.
Okay, thank you very much. I would want to make a little point on sustaining these community trusts and ensuring that it's a long-term thing. And to mention that the Botswana Tourism Organization has a program that it goes into joint venture partnerships with communities. They run the business together. If it's a lodge like Moremi Gorge, if you're going to visit, it's a partnership between the community and BTO. And they run for a certain number of years, capacitating them on the ground, hand-holding them until they are ready. And then there's an exit strategy so that they continue. That is a good program. And then we also have the Hotel and Hospitality Association of Botswana, HATAB. They are working with communities also, capacitating, investing some, funds and, skills, and also through their workers for people to be able to gain, knowledge on the business and, and there's that impact, already. Now, going forward in terms of, funding, I want to emphasize as I conclude what he said. We need a special funding to support tourism in, businesses, tourism enterprises, because if we go to SEDA, they know agriculture more. It's less risk for them because they've been doing it. They have young farmers fund, they have farming, agriculture, very good. But I want us to work on a tourism fund where we can help starters, newcomers, young people, communities, and package it well for the different categories so that we can kickstart people and then take them back. But to end, AFCFTA, UNESCO, or banks, private sector, you are needed in this space. Let's take this business forward with our community empowerment, and we will win always.
Tamani, as long as it's a 1 second word.
No, I just wanted to buttress and say, Minister, it's a directive. I'll do it. I will do it.
Fantastic. Thank you, everybody. And I think we can certainly see this as a benchmark country when it comes to concessions. I've been highly impressed with what was shared here this morning. Thank you.
I'll give you all. Your heart desire. I'll give you more. I'll give you more.
Thank you very much, Christelle and your panelists. Let's give them another round of applause, please. That was very insightful indeed, and I'm glad that this was actually said when I was here, as well as other members of the Fourth Estate, because in this regard, we're able to take this and follow it up and find out if indeed what was said on the stage is something that will also be facilitated on the ground. That's something that I will also put my head on the block to say I will definitely be following it up myself. Let's give them another round of applause, please. All right. Now, earlier on, Reki Bine, while delivering his speech, brought to the fore the issue of cost of travel in and around of Africa. He actually also threw around very shocking monetary figures, if you will, and some of the negative impacts really that come with these high costs that we're enduring while trying to travel in and around Africa. And our next conversation is very, very interesting, especially if we're going to be talking about, intra-Africa trade, intra-Africa tourism, as well as, enhancing the brand equity of Destination Africa. So our next panel discussion will be talking to that. It'll be focusing on intra-travel Africa connectivity and cost of travel, implementing result-oriented and practical measures for reducing cost, intra-Africa travel and connectivity bottlenecks. And to moderate that panel discussion, I'd like to call to stage Milvest Advisory South Africa CEO, Mela Matola. With a round of applause, please.
Great. Thank you very much. All protocols having been observed, I'll cut straight to the chase. Ladies and gentlemen, the issue of connectivity as well as the high cost of travel is something that has been not referenced not only today, but yesterday we actually covered that area as well. So I'd like to bring up a panel that will further explore this area and hopefully come up with some actionable insights that we can take forward and make sure that we address this issue. As you all know, Air access in Africa has various challenges, and these differ from region to region, but there are certain things that are common. And these are some of the things that we want to focus upon. If you come to think about it, improved air access is key, especially for destinations that wish to attract certain markets. And so air access is very critical for the success of a destination because it has various impacts, amongst which is the reduction of costs and also development of trade, facilitation of movement of goods, as well as people. So we'd like to touch on this in the context of the discussions that we've had over the past few days and how we work with the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat to facilitate and speed up the resolution of some of the challenges that are highlighted. So to join me up here, I'll ask Mr. Chivengwa, who is the CEO of the Tourism Business Council of South Africa. Mr. Chivengwa. Also joining us up here is Mr. Sandile Chipunza. Mr. Chipunza should be with us here. Mr. Chipunza is the Manager External Affairs and Sustainability with IATA, based in South Africa. Also joining us is Memory Kamtunzi. Memory is the Executive Director for the Malawi Tourism Council. And last but not least, Alan Renault, who is the Principal Secretary for the Department of Civil Aviation, Ports and Marine with the Ministry of Transport in the Seychelles. Thank you. Great, thank you very much for joining us up here as we try to, amongst other things, solve the challenges of the continent. As we said, we will not rehash a lot of what was discussed because we've touched on the issue of air access in a panel yesterday, and I think you've heard two speakers allude to the same issues. So I'm really going to cut to the chase. And by cutting to the chase, I'm going to ask you to first start off by, in 30 seconds, just give us a quick background of yourself, the organization that you work for, and what they do in relation to the specific topic we are looking at. Alan, I'm looking at you, so I'm gonna start with you, and it's 30 seconds. These are 30 Botswana seconds, yeah? Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much, Miller. So as the Principal Secretary for Civil Aviation, I also had a 15-year career with the National Airline, where I was responsible for opening up new destinations and alliances and partnerships. So now as the Principal Secretary, I'm responsible for bilateral air service agreements, as well as co-managing the Airport Master Plan review. So I have a direct interest in this portfolio and in today's discussion.
Great, thank you. Memory?
Memory, Momba Kamtunzi from Malawi. I'm the Executive Director of the Malawi Tourism Council, a body that represents the private sector. So issues to do with visa requirements, issues to do with infrastructure, air transportation, all the challenges that are being mentioned, they directly affect my department.
Okay, great. So you get a lot of feedback from your members about some of the issues we're going to discuss today.
Yes.
Great. Sandile?
Hi, my name is Sandile Chipunza, and I'm with the International Air Transport Association, which is the leading trade association of the world's major airlines. We have over 300 member airlines spread across the world, and we lead, represent, and serve their interests. Thank you.
Chief.
Hi, my name is Chipiwa Chivengwa. I'm the Chief Executive of the Tourism Business Council of South Africa, representing the interests of the private sector along the entire value chain in South Africa. And I also sit on the SADC Tourism Alliance for private sector as the interim chair.
Great, thank you very much. So we have two people who are really representing the private sector here, and I hope we'll get your perspective on these issues. Now, let me just kick off Memory with you to kind of recap. What are some of the barriers or challenges? I know we want to move to solutions, but first let's recap on, from your perspective and what you hear from some of your members, what are some of the barriers in terms of intra-Africa travel and in relation to connectivity?
As of present, inter-Africa travel and connectivity face several challenges and bottlenecks. Mira, yesterday we had a colleague that came here from Ghana who did mention to say that he had issues with visas, getting a visa to travel through South Africa. So visa requirements are numerous in Africa, and this is a significant challenge that we are facing. When you look at the percentages, we are talking of about 26% of visa requirements being a challenge in intra-Africa travel. The other challenges we're looking at is infrastructure. This morning, we had the representative from SADC mention on this, the inadequate transportation, the infrastructure, which includes roads, railways, air transport, makes it difficult to travel between African countries. And also, the air travel cost within Africa, it's often expensive due to limited competition among airlines. That's the high taxes, the fees. I was glad yesterday there was a mention of Africa, when you're traveling within Africa, making it a domestic flight, which is a very good development, and we're looking forward to that. The other challenges on intra-Africa travel would look into the inadequate information, the lack of access to accurate and up-to-date information about travel options, including that's the scheduled routes and yes, the visa requirements. It does pose a barrier of intra-Africa travel. Also to mention here, something that was not tackled since our start of the conference is the bureaucracy and the corruption that is in our borders. This corrupt practice also can further impede smooth travel and trade between African countries. I remember the time I once traveled by road from Malawi to South Africa, and I had to cross several borders, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and then to South Africa. The numerous stops that I had along the way, and the border crossing, in most of the borders, it wasn't smooth. If they don't find you with a problem, then they'll say, well, we want a cold drink. Then you say, what for? So those little things poses a barrier to intra-travel within Africa. And also, the limited connectivity, limited digital connectivity and access to the internet in some areas hinder the ability to book travel access information and engage in online services related to travel. So that's what I can add on the barriers and some of the bottlenecks in intra-travel.
Great, thank you very much. Sandy, let me come to you. From your perspective, obviously IATA is kind of an overview of what's going on in the industry with all your members. Would you add to any of the issues that Memory has raised from your perspective in terms of challenges?
Yes, I think one key factor for us in Africa would be the issue of affordability. When we look at the per capita propensity to be able to afford travel, you're looking in Africa at roughly about 13% of somebody's salary. And it's the highest in the world. When you compare to other regions, Middle East, Asia Pac, etc., they're in the 2% level, and US, EU are below that. So it takes much more for somebody on the continent to be able to afford travel. Compounded to that, you look at the cost of operating in Africa. Aviation is a very capital intensive industry. You know, everything is US dollar based and expensive. And the costs associated with operating, you know, ground handling charges, licenses, etc., are quite high. And those costs are then obviously passed down to the passengers to allow for the cost of the operation to be covered, etc. You also have the issue of taxation. You know, when aviation is taxed, that money doesn't necessarily go back into aviation per se, but goes into the national fiscus. You know, there are many to mention. I'll leave the others to add to that.
Okay, thanks. So I guess that's why you usually see on your ticket price, there's the bulk of the costs go to your taxes and all the other things. Is there a kind of a, and globally maybe an average of, because it would differ route to route, but is a kind of an average of, you know, on the continent, what we kind of take in those in terms of taxes and all those?
I wouldn't say a global average per se, but if your taxes are high, airlines need to realize a profit to ensure that they are able to continue their operations. So if your cost base is relatively higher, then it pushes up that price. So for example, Jet A1 fuel in Africa is 12% above global average, you know, which makes it more difficult for the African airlines to offer more competitive prices, etc. So, you know, the cost of insurance, we are viewed as high risk in Africa, and therefore the insurance costs for an airline are way higher for us here than they are globally. So yeah, it's a cost-based issue that affects airlines.
Great, thanks. Shifua, would you like to add on to these issues before we move on to what are the solutions? Because that's really what we'd like to hear. What opportunities lie in these challenges and what solutions can you come up with? So if you touch on some of the challenges that haven't maybe been covered.
Well, thank you very much for that. You know, I thought long and hard this, and I'm glad that it's a hard talk so that we can have that hard discussion. The biggest challenge is that we don't want to do it. We don't have the will to do what we discuss. That is the big problem. That's number one, because we talk about air access. It was in 1988, Yamoussoukro Declaration. I was 9 years old then. Then we talk about Yamoussoukro Decision. That was in 1999. I was 20 years old then. Then we talk about SATAM in 2018. I was 39 years old then. Then we said SATAM is going to be part of AU 2063 agenda. By 2063, I'll be 84 years old. That's the problem. Because year after year, we talk about how do we liberalize the airspace within the African continent to make sure that people can move around, we can, you know, increase trade and so forth and so on. There's many studies that have been done. There are many theories that have been produced and many articles that have been done. But we haven't done it. And that's where the challenge starts. There is no political will. There is no political will. The rules are still the same. The continent is still divided. Each country does what they want. They've got their own rules, own bilateral agreements with whomever country they want to have with. And also the continent has not risen, as I've said, from income point of view. Business will only respond when there is demand. And demand is only generated when people have prosperity. And prosperity comes from better management of resources and ensuring that people have decent income. It's not going to happen. We can talk about it all we want. So that's the challenge, but we work within that context.
Yeah.
Because context matters when we plan, and we cannot give up because we work within a context. So we need to find a way out. Number one from my side is that we need to implement what we said we can implement. There has to be political will, and that comes from the government side, whether it's from the AU, whether it's from SADC, whether it's from the East Africa or the West Africa. There has to be a political will to implement. Two, we need to make sure that people can afford to travel, and we know what makes people not afford air travel. That's the problem.
Sure. Thank you very much for that, Chief Iwa. As you said, this is a no holds barred discussion, so please feel free. And I'm glad the minister is here. But what you're saying is actually surprising. If for all intents and purposes, SATAM, which I don't know, yesterday somebody said is so old now. It's like how many years? I don't know, a 29-year-old or something, or even more. 20. So you can imagine now how old this lady said the child would be now if it was a baby. Now, if the economics of it are so clear that if all countries signed into the commitment SATAM, there would be benefits in terms of, and I think I read a study that said more than the number of jobs that would come online, or more than 260,000 jobs. It would bring a lot of people into the tax net, and you could actually raise a lot of capital to invest in the infrastructure that you need, and you'd create jobs and actually move people out of unemployment. So if those economics are so clear, why is there no political will? And Alan, I'm going to put you on the spot and say, I'm not asking you from a government point of view, but why is that? And have we demonstrated that value enough for governments to appreciate and just get done with it?
Thanks, Miller. We want to be practical based here in this discussion and get right down to the meat of it all. What I can tell you is the reason the cost of travel is so high, and I saw it with my own eyes when I went from the airline starting to work for government, is because if you look at an airport, you actually have several entities that work there together. You'll have customs, you'll have the police, you'll have immigration, you'll have the airport authority, all manner of people who may have different ministers not working together. There's no one single minister who's responsible for the whole experience that ties it all together. There's no one single policy that says, hey, we need to make this as fast as possible. We need to make this as cheap as possible. So what will happen is, let's say you're the immigration minister, the Minister for Internal Affairs. Your boys are going to sit there and say, Minister, we checked everybody at the border, 100%. Even though it took 5 minutes and it took 3 hours to stop the airline, they satisfied their KPI, 100%, right? Now, from the tourism minister, it's a disaster because his planes are taking too long. So there's no clear connection. And for the airport authority, or for those who are just, as my colleague Sandil pointed out, sometimes they're not efficient and they just keep loading on the prices to make the cost of travel expensive. And to add on taxes on top of everything else, what's necessary, in my personal opinion, and why it's not clear, is because you honestly have to have a grand vision where you force everybody to work together, because each one of them forms a part of that chain. So for the airlines, they just need the bilaterals and the ability to fly. If you know how airline route planners think, where can I go? Airlines are like sharks. They have to go somewhere and they want to expand. Now, if there's no bilateral with this country, it's not on my route planning network. Or if the bilateral is ancient and has only 2 frequencies, well, what am I going to do with 2 frequencies? I might as well not even start, right? So it needs to be daily, so I can go with 1, 3, 5, 7. Okay, now I can build something. So you have to have, from the airline perspective, the ability to go. If there's a demand for your country, passengers will come. But then if you have a lot of costs, if you have a lot of obstacles, now you're going to get the next set of problems, which is your tourism is going to stop. It's not going to grow because now it's these other things that I was telling you about earlier that's going to be the factor. So for me, look, if anyone's not ready to sign up for SATAM, that's okay. Every country that wants to just sign bilaterals with their neighbors, you are going to succeed, and the others, it'll be FOMO, fear of missing out. And I think SATAM will probably grow that way. So those countries that are smart enough to start signing a lot of bilaterals will see the impact immediately.
Great. In fact, I'm going to come back to that and check on the Seychelles example as to, for instance, what has been the impact of the bilaterals that the Seychelles signed on the growth of your industry. Memory, let me ask you. You mentioned something earlier on, and I'm coming back to you around that. What do you think there needs to be done from your perspective as well to try and push this thing forward? There are issues that I believe we cannot solve here because maybe they said elsewhere. And I think we should have had someone from government and AFCFTA here, because the AFCFTA said that a SATAM plus AFCFTA equals to open skies. So if we can get that right, we'll do so. But Alan is saying the countries that are willing, go on, sign bilaterals. What is your take on that?
Mayor, allow me to comment on the airline before, because most of the comments have centered into the flights. Why not we promote low-cost carriers? If we go in that line, would encourage growth of low-cost carriers in the region.
Mm-hmm.
And this often, lowers the fares, and then it can stimulate competition as well in the airline industry, leading to reduced prices. And to go to your question, I would still say that we need open sky agreements in Africa to allow African countries to negotiate and implement open sky agreements to promote competition among airlines as well. And, these agreements also remove restrictions on the number of flights, the routes, and the pricing itself, leading to lower air fares for travelers. I think this can be implemented. And when we talk of the challenges of infrastructure, the reducing of taxes, and I would look into subsidies, for regional routes. Governments can provide subsidies or incentives to airlines also to operate on regional routes, especially those that are in the remote areas. This is what would look for government to do for the private sector.
Great. Sandile, solutions, incentives, is it something that could be looked at? And also what Alan said there, have a coalition of the willing, the countries that wish to go on, they go on.
Yeah, I think there's nobody who turned down, a hand up by getting incentivized to ensure connectivity, because connectivity is a virtuous cycle. You have economic growth that creates demand, that creates jobs, etc. What we need to ensure is that we create a level playing field, a competitive environment, so that airlines are able to offer efficient services at affordable prices. The issue of incentivization would have to be standard to avoid a situation where you now have certain elements of protectionism creeping in, because protectionism stifles competition. And you want to ensure that if we are saying aviation is a catalyst to economic growth, so it's a means to an end. So that's not where we should be focusing on trying to make the money. It's just an enabler. We want people to come into the state, into the destination, spend their money on bungee jumping or whatever activities they do. And this is just a means to get them there. So the cost must be kept as low as possible. And I liked what the CEO of SEDA was saying, that states have to look at it as they are not there to make money from aviation. They are just there to create an enabling environment.
So it's a means to great stuff. Shifu, from your perspective, because you represent South Africa, business in South Africa, but also the SADC, business council spreads across several, members and countries. What do you see as the solution?
Well, the first solution is that, and I've said the political will must be there. That's from the government side. I like the incentive part of it, because we need to look at travel and tourism in a bigger picture. There are many airlines around the world that are incentivized heavily. And we know some of them, they fly all over the world. And there's no way that those airlines will be able to fly all over the world on a hub and spoke model the way they do if they are not incentivized. And most of them are in the Middle East. I'm not going to mention the names. So incentives do work. And for us who are, in Southern Africa especially, who we are the final destination, you don't have a lot of hub and spoke models. So if you incentivize with the aim of getting the money on the ground when people do tourism, so it's cheaper to fly in, it's incentivized, you get on the ground, you are able to spend more. You will still get that money into the fiscus, at some point. So we may need to revisit that model. And again, it can be done in an equitable way, but also looking into the fact that many airlines, in the world are incentivized. Another thing that we need to do, the policies that we've put in place that are restrictive, we need to understand that they were not put in place by aliens. They were put in place by us. So there's a lot of times where we debate policies as if we don't know what to do with these policies. We know what to do with them. We are the ones who put them in place. So let's get rid of them or put policies that are easier to manage, that are easier for economic growth. So the debates around policy impediments and for us, there's too much this, there's too much that. We created this. No one came here and told us that we need to put those policies. So let's deal with that. The other part of it, we need to match the whole issue around price. Price is a product of supply and demand. If you have demand, the private sector will come in from airline point of view. They will put more frequencies, provided two governments have proper bilaterals, as the gentlemen have said. There will be more frequencies. With more frequencies, the prices will go down. Of course, we need to look at operating costs and so forth and so on. If we deal with that, we should be able to have more people flying and even more connectivity. But the underlying fact is that not in Africa, we are not going to get a situation where there are too many airlines that are flying to too many destinations. Other destinations must be connected by the rail. There's that song that says, I can reach you on an aeroplane. I can reach you on a rail. We've got to make sure that those two things or three things, including the road, are there. Because you're not going to have always an airplane, that's going to go from one city to the next. In South Africa, as an example, there are many cities that you have one frequency because there is no demand. But if you put a train, you may have higher demand because people are on the road. So we need to look at it, in that way as well, to say, can we connect Zimbabwe and South Africa through rail? Can we connect South Africa and Gaborone through rail? Yes, we can. And it will be shorter. And those who want to fly can fly. So we just need to think it's, in that way.
Great, thank you very much. So other modes of travel, yeah? We need to look at other modes of travel. Just a question, Alan, I'm going to ask them, you showed me a slide. It was like, and I said, can I have that slide maybe shown? And maybe that's why we have the screen like this. Great stuff. Can I have this slide so you can talk to us about it? But while you are reflecting on it, it's up here. Chifiwa, I'm very worried about, in terms of, I think the private sector likes incentives. We all like them and they work. But from what I understand being said here is that connectivity largely also depends on, like what you said here, on hubs, connecting hubs. And for Africa, or traveling to Africa and between Africa, a lot of the connecting hubs are not on this continent. I think the two biggest ones might be on this continent, but the bulk of them are sitting elsewhere. So would we be benefiting that much as a continent if we did that? While you are reflecting on this, Alan, to go back to you, you talked about bilateral services agreements. I think maybe you should tell me what this slide, you just quickly drew this for me and you showed me this. Can you explain that?
I'll be delighted. So what you're seeing here is tourist arrivals from 2000 to 2019. I joined as head of corporate planning around 2011. As you can see, our tourism arrivals were pretty much flat and stable from 2000 to 2010. When I arrived, I was told we had only 8 active bilaterals. These were the destinations that Seychelles primarily flew to. And we had entered into a partnership with Etihad Airways. One of the first things they looked was like, man, you've got no bilaterals. We can't do anything. So start liberalizing your airspace as a condition of investment. So starting from 2011, we started negotiating, modernizing our old bilaterals at a pace of about 10 or 12. Our record was 16 in 1 year. So between 2011 and 2019, we modernized, initiated, concluded 81 new bilaterals with Seychelles. And almost immediately, our tourism growth was thoroughly double digits. And the connection was very clear. So for example, if I signed a BAZA with Switzerland in 2014, Edelweiss would show up 2016. If I signed a bilateral with Austrian back in 2013, there was usually about a 2-year gap when you start to see the airlines come. And I suspect it's because they start planning once they see that, because they're usually there and they include you in their plans. So there was, for me, there was almost no doubt about the growth that comes from just signing the BAZAs. It's almost, if you build it, they will come. And if I can tell you one little story, which I always enjoy, around 2014, we had to sign a BAZA with Madagascar. And when we went there, that bilateral was dated back to 1982. There were only 2 flights. It was dusty with cobwebs. So when we met with Madagascar, we said, hey, we'd like to turn this into a daily modern BAZA. And then, why? There's no demand. We don't need to change it. Leave it at 2. No. We need to make it. So this negotiation went on for 3 days. So finally they agreed for us to have a combined 7. Whoever's ready to go, whether it's Air Madagascar or Air Seychelles, just take whatever's left over. They didn't believe anything was going to happen because there was no flights between Seychelles and Madagascar since the 80s. So we're talking 32 years, right? And within a year, we were operating 5 flights a week. It was our most profitable route. And not only that, because we flew to Mauritius 5 times a week, and Air Mauritius had flights and Air Madagascar had flights in Mauritius and Madagascar, suddenly we had like these daily connections between Mauritius, Madagascar, Seychelles that didn't exist before as a pure function of us just trying it out. And the thing is, we didn't even expect who was going to get on there. At first, it was just business class transferring passengers, but the existence of 5 flights a week, people get curious, and then it's incredible. So towards the end, the Seychelles were traveling on the flights. Wow. So for me, it was a nice lesson. And we would have gone daily had it not been for a bubonic outbreak, which unfortunately stopped that expansion. But that was a lesson I never forgot. Here we were saying, there's no way this is going to work. 2 flights, 1982. And then boom, it's like daily flights almost, and our strongest route.
Great. Build it and they will come. I think I should just check if we have any questions from the audience here before we start wrapping up. I do feel, though, that I can't see from this end, someone from the AFCFTA perhaps would want to make a comment around some of the issues that you raised there, especially the bilateral air services agreement and the point that was made that the SATAM plus AFCFTA equals to open skies equals to more connectivity and therefore less cost and I think more economic development. Are there any questions? If not, I'm gonna great. I think there's a question over there in the middle there. Do we have a mic? Please go there. I can't see you there, Desiree. I can see Emily. Maybe you want to comment on what was raised and perhaps as part of the solution. So what, I know there are discussions going on, but how do you get the FCFTA to help speed up this process? Can you please get the mic to the gentleman over there? Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kwesi Eisen from Ghana. Yesterday we had a brilliant suggestion of treating intra-Africa air travel as domestic, and today it's been reiterated. My question is, how feasible is this, given all these issues that have been put across vis-a-vis bilateral agreements, jet fuel issues, insurance issues by exchange rate fluctuation, and so on and so forth. How feasible is this? Thank you.
Okay. Okay, let me take this. I've just been shown we have 5 minutes. So if I don't see any other hand, who wants to go? Okay, Sandile Memory, Alan, and then Chief. 30 Botswana seconds, please.
Yeah, it is quite feasible. Two things. So the current framework where states exchange mainly in Africa, third and fourth freedoms, we have not gotten to a stage where we have fully implemented that as agreed. SATAM requires us to sign to also exchange fifth freedoms. Now, that's on a bilateral air service basis. But I think the vision here should be, and I'm sure that thought is in the works already, we should be working on a multilateral air service agreement framework, either probably through the RECs, the regional economic communities like SADC and COMESA. And then that way, a region can exchange traffic rights with another region to ensure that, we eventually get to a stage where we have a domestic market. But the spirit of SATAM is really, to my understanding, the creation of one market, which as an African market would invariably be a domestic market.
Great, thanks. Memory?
We could also, for it to work, we could also use the newly established Africa Tourism Private Sector Alliance, the ATPSA. They can engage and meet with government, regional bodies, and international organizations to advocate for policy and policy influence. So we could use them to lobby from the government, from regional bodies and international organizations to advocate for policies that promote better connectivity and reduce travel cost. So we could use them for that.
Great, Memory. So you've just given them their first order of business.
Yes.
Great. Alan?
Yeah. Last year, I bought a farm, and it's been one of my great joys to work on that in my spare time. And one of the things I realized as I was trying to grow different kinds of crops was just how much you had to nurture the soil and the conditions for the plants to thrive. And as I was doing that, I realized this is exactly what my job was at some point, because when I think of the airlines, they're like these amazing sort of flowers. You have the low-cost flowers, you may have these other bigger fruit trees that have a different characteristics, but each one of them need different things. So this question of the cost, this question of the obstacles, the insurance, all of this is about establishing the right conditions for growth. It's really as simple as that.
Great.
And once you have that perspective, it's a holistic perspective. You have to be the gardener that's looking at the whole thing to understand that, okay, I need this much fertilizer, I need to put this much water, I need for that kind of plant, and I need to do other things like that. And once you understand that, the problem again, if I may say, is you don't want to have a minister responsible for fertilizer, a minister responsible for water, a minister responsible. They all have to work together.
So it's a whole of government type
whole of government approach.
Great stuff. Thanks. Chief?
No, I agree with that. A whole of government approach on things, and the private sector should not be fighting government to do the right things to create jobs. I think we need to work together, hand in hand, and we need to remove all the obstacles that are unnecessary, for air travel to increase in Africa, so that we can reduce the prices in Africa. We need to look at various ways to, to ensure that, the tourism, travel, whether it's by air or by road, is done in a smooth way. And the only thing we can do to achieve is to work together. And if we work together in harmony, we will prosper. We need to be sitting here celebrating prosperity, not always having challenges that we can solve. And we know exactly what those challenges are. So we need prosperity.
Great. Thank you very much for that. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Role of government approach, ATPSA, your first order of business or first KPI, advocacy, lobbying.
Maybe just to quickly interject there, Mr. Moderator, you have online questions as well. I'm not sure how you're going to be able to facilitate these. There's a question that's coming in from Sandrine Tourism in Rwanda. It says, I would like to know if there is any facilitation for the South Africa visa. Clients got trouble sometimes. So I don't know how you would like to do that because also you're keen out of time.
We'll have to take that one offline. I have Chief here. He'll be happy to take that offline with me and respond. But we have run out of time. The lady standing over there is telling me I don't have any more time. So as we said, whole of government approach, multilateral air services agreement at regional level, and the political will to do these things. We also look at incentives, but also perhaps a policy review where possible. I was going to talk about the other elephant in the room, but we'll keep that one for later. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please do give my panel a loud round of applause. Thank you.
All right, let's give Mr. Matola and his panelists a thunderous round of applause once again. Very insightful conversations indeed. All right. Now, both panel discussions actually echoed the need for collaboration and a defined relationship really between entities or players in the tourism value chain. Now, our next speaker, before we go for that quick break, will be making an announcement on his role in this space of ensuring a cohesive collaboration between players in the tourism ecosystem. And without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome to stage franchise consultant coming out of Tanzania, Wambugu wa Gichohi.
Good morning yet again. My name is Wambugi Chohi, franchise consultant Tanzania. Day one, I was here and did a franchise masterclass, and day two there was a franchising panel. And I wanted to emphasize on the desired outcomes from this kind of a session by presenting a facility that has been recently been approved by the Afrexim Bank to support businesses. And this answers directly to what Minister was saying, that banks need to come in and support growth of the tourism industry. So what has happened is that Afrexim Bank carried out a study. I think I mentioned it sometime, and it found there was low prevalence of franchising in Africa. In response to that, they have set up a facility which works like this, where it's not moving. Basically, it's not moving, but can you try, okay, move it for me, please, if you can. Great. This is how it works. All that I'm not going to talk about. If you go to the Afrexim Bank's site, you'll be able to find that report launched in on 13th June last year. But this is now the facility in place. If you look at that that point, it covers franchise acquisition. So if you're looking to acquire a franchise from someone who already has a proven concept, it talks to you. It also covers terminals that are needed by people who are looking to develop their franchises, looking to develop their brands into franchises, which they can then export to other countries. And that, I think, is what the minister was asking here. Can we build local brands in tourism to grow? Then it also addresses de-risking de-risking banks lending to risky franchise industry borrowers. Basically, right, franchise industry borrowers' credit risk is lower than any other. However, there might be one or two, so it also addresses that. And finally, it comes with a technical assistance grant that enables the businesses that want to grow in the franchise model to access our services and other franchise consultant services to help them grow into franchises. So how does it work? Then your bank, we need, remember, Afrexim Bank is an Pan-African lender. They won't lend to you directly. They lend to banks. So, for example, in Botswana here, I would be happy to meet with the largest bank here. Then we will look for 35 businesses here that are ready to work on the franchise model. We'll put them into a classroom. Afrexim Bank will cover our costs. The bank will borrow the amount of money that these businesses need in order to grow on the franchise model. They will borrow those funds and they grow out in the franchise model. They pay back to their bank, and the bank pays back to Afrexim Bank. That's basically how this is working. It's already running. So it's upon you countries to take it up. We'll be ready to talk about it independently. And those are the contacts there. You can see the number the contact for the guy dealing with it at Afrexim Bank down there. And my contacts are all there. Thank you so much. But more than that, before I leave, I wanted to challenge us also that when we come for these kind of conferences, it would be probably a very, very good idea that one day is dedicated to dressing in a dress from your own country, like I've tried to do. It might just help. Thank you.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, the Botswana Tourism Organization, BTO, is conducting an evaluation survey to gauge Botswana's competitive strength as a budding MICE destination in the global stage, and the improvements that could be implemented to better place the country to host more and larger events within the MICE industry. As such, your feedback through the link sent to your emails regarding the 2023 ATLF and awards will help us in getting a better understanding of Botswana's current standing in this regard and the necessary steps needed to accomplish this goal. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the first part of our program. We are now going for a brief 15-minute grab and go refreshment break. Our speakers and dignitaries will be served upstairs, while the rest of the delegates will be served right outside this building. Please also note a lost laptop charger has been identified and is currently by the technical team. Ladies and gentlemen, our program commences in 15 minutes. Good morning. Please make your way back into the hall. Our program continues in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the hall. Our program continues in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the hall. Our program continues in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the hall. Our program continues in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the hall. Our program continues in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the hall. Our program continues in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the hall. Program continues in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the hall. Program continues in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the hall. Program continues in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the hall. Program continues in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the hall. Program continues in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the hall. Program continues in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the hall. Program continues in 2 minutes. Ladies and your way back into the hall. Program continues. Welcome back from the break. This is the 6th Africa Tourism Leadership Forum and welcome back from the break. Live at the Gaborone International Convention Center. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back on stage your host, Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back on stage your host.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back once again. Thank you so much for keeping to time. We're going to very much, ladies and gentlemen, program because our time is fast spent. We're almost at lunchtime, but we still have a few panel discussions to get through. And for the next one, I'd like to call the moderator for this one panel, Senior Management Entrepreneurship from the United Kingdom. His name is Dan D'Souza. Please welcome, come on to stage, Dan, to also introduce your panelists. They will be talking to unpacking the power of youth travel and untapped tourism business and revenue generation opportunity for tourism entrepreneurs. Once again, a round of applause, please.
Right, hi everyone. So my name's Dan D'Souza. I'm from London, and firstly, I just want to thank everyone for inviting me and giving kind hospitality while I'm here. For those who haven't met me, I've been building ventures for the last few years, and most recently in Africa. So really interested in this session as the young travel opportunities are increasing, and Africa has the largest young population in the world. So to invite up to the stage, we've got two of our panelists. We've got Mehul, co-founder of Purple Elephant Ventures from Kenya. And we also got Boipelo from Africa. She's a solo traveler from around Africa and an author from South Africa. Round of applause, please. So if you just want to take two of the seats in the middle there. Perfect, great. So I've given a quick introduction, but maybe you can add a bit of flavor to that. And if we start with Boipelo, could you just tell us a bit about what you're doing and what you've been up to?
Okay, my name is Bipilo Tladinyani Shubi. I'm an author of a travel memoir titled A Safari Back to Self, Backpacking 54 Countries in Africa. So my book came as a result of my travels across all 55 countries of Africa, which I traveled by road solo. And then I wrote the book to share the story in hope that it encourages travel across Africa.
Thank you. Another round of applause. Like, she's traveled 55 countries in Africa solo by bus most of the time. So amazing. My name is Mikul Shah. I am I would say an entrepreneur and investor in the tourism and tourism spaces, particularly work with startups. And Purple Elephant Ventures is a venture studio, which I'll go into a little bit further. And we build businesses to tackle the problems that stakeholders in the tourism industry face today. Yeah.
Perfect, thank you. And thanks for joining us on the stage. So firstly, if we go to Boipelo, with the context of youth travel, can you talk about your experiences traveling all of these countries and really what stood out to you as top highlights and maybe things that didn't meet your expectations on your travels? There's probably a lot to cover, I know, but if we can push that into a few minutes, I know it's hard.
All right. Usually when I get asked what was the most thing that I enjoyed across the countries, I say food and people. In like all the African countries that I've been to, including the one that I'm from, South Africa, I feel like the one thing that we usually don't package well for people coming into our countries is food. But that's the one thing that most people, when they travel across different countries, they enjoy the most. So I feel like it's something that we really need to capitalize on and package very well and use as something to attract people to come into our countries. One of the challenges, actually, yeah. So obviously cost of travel, I think we've been talking a lot about that, and visa restrictions across countries. Those two things I would say were my two main challenges as I traveled across the continent. But then as well, I guess on the same air, I would like to say that we don't really necessarily have to focus on air travel only. All the countries can be connected by road. Most of my travels were by road, and there's a path leading from each and every single country into one that will lead you into another. The only thing though, the issue is that infrastructure. So I feel like if the roads get built to be in certain good conditions, and then railway as well, it's something that can be focused on while we're still trying to cut down on the cost of air travel.
Amazing, thank you for summarizing that so smoothly. If we go to Mehul, you've done a lot of work researching new business opportunities. Can you just talk about some of the research that you've done and some of the insights that you've gathered? Maybe some of those can benefit the audience when they're looking at different opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. So Purple Elephant Ventures is a venture studio, and it's a new concept globally. But what venture studios are, or you can imagine them as a factory for startups. So what we do is we speak to stakeholders in the tourism sector. Our nexus revolves around tourism, climate change, and technology. So we speak to stakeholders, whether it's airlines, hotels, youth, we then, without leading them with any solutions, try to find out what their biggest pain points are and what their biggest challenges and problems are. And then my venture studio team will then go into ideation and research, where we'll come up with these ideas. We then go into an extensive research and validation to see, like, will these ideas actually work? In terms of investors, I think it's interesting. We only work with scalable ventures, but as an entrepreneur, I think you can look at two opportunities. There are lifestyle businesses and small businesses that, you know, can sustain a living and you love what you do. But in our case, we are funded by investors. And so our goal is to make our businesses scale as quickly as possible, possibly outside of one country and go Pan-African. And so we look at those stakeholder problems, we build some solutions, we go through several different processes. And at the end of that comes out one or two businesses, which we fund about $50,000 into. The goal is that to then hire a CEO who is typically an operator, who will then take that business and either raise external funding to scale the business. And at that point, that business leaves our venture studio. And then we go back to, again, looking at problems, looking at ideas and building new solutions.
Amazing. And when we were talking off stage, you were mentioning some of the research that you've done around the types of, you know, customer segments, you know, that particular to youth travel, and some of the institutional customers who you saw there to be a good opportunity there. So maybe you could explain some of that.
Yeah, absolutely. So when I look at youth travel, and we actually recently did a big research on Gen Z and the trends in travel, I actually identify a few different markets. So the first is travelers like yourself, young people who are funding their own passion to travel. The other market that I think is really, really interesting is the education system, schools, universities, and colleges, attracting those schools and universities to send classes to Africa, to do projects, to travel. And I think there's a really interesting opportunity and a business model that you can build on repeat business. And then I also look at families, which also includes young people traveling. And when you realize that each person has a different sort of criteria, looking for different things, have different challenges that they need to address. So, but I do think that group travel, educational travel is an untapped opportunity. And there are some colleges who are working in Botswana where they do conservation activities. There's youth travel with sports that are linked to some countries in Africa. But I do think that when we look at it from a venture point of view, it's sometimes very hard to figure out how are you going to build and monetize a scalable business because the youth are on a budget. But then when you look at educational travel, suddenly the market looks bigger and the repeat opportunity for business looks interesting as well. Yeah.
Amazing. And just going back to you on the side here, I want to just understand from a solo traveler perspective, is there enough on offer for the solo traveler in Africa? And if so, maybe you can give some insights as to what you would like on that agenda.
Okay. I think maybe also just to carry on from something he was mentioning, repeat business. So I find that when it comes to the youth, there's actually different styles that or different interests that attract the youth to travel to different countries. Music being one of them, wellness in terms of maybe yoga, cycling, hiking, running, and fitness, sports as well. So those are the things that I feel those are the things that I feel like should be focused into. Every country has their own unique offering. So if we take pride in our identity as different countries and use that to draw people in, it would really work to our advantage. As a solo traveler, one of the things that actually made me go on that journey was curiosity to want to find out what else lies outside the borders of the country that I was currently staying in. I wanted to know more about Africa, how we are the same and what we can do to probably grow the continent together. find out the common things that we share amongst countries. So I really feel like the youth can be used to grow the travel in Africa, especially because we all know that young people are the loudest. They want to post about the experiences, they share their experiences visually through different like media spaces. So that really needs to be leveraged on. And then also another thing that I feel we need to focus on as well is even our film, even any visuals that we create, maybe to try and promote countries, we need to ensure that we show what the country offers. Another thing that I think is overlooked as well is fashion travel. You find that you come, I met a lot of people here that are non-Africans that have come to the conference that have been asking, like when you walk into the airport, for example, or into hotels, it would be nice to see a demonstration of what the fashion or the like fashion culture of the country looks like, because that becomes like the first thing that breaks ice and you want to talk about it. And then you know now what you want to get from the country before you leave. Even making sure that the art that depicts things that have to do with a certain country is shown in relevant spaces, in hotel receptions and places like that.
Amazing, thank you so much. And just to go a bit deeper into that, we mentioned social media and TikTok and creating content, and I'm just curious to find out, when you were traveling and finding these activities, how you found different activities, and maybe just a quick win for the audience as to how they can better that. And I know social media is the easy option here, but maybe you can tell us how you found the activities and things.
Okay. So one of my main things was talking to local people. And then those were the people mostly that would tell you how to get to certain tourist attractions, even especially because the youth normally travel on a low budget. And then once you engage with local people, you even find out like cheaper means of getting to certain places. And then sometimes also people are willing to take you to different places as well. But then also using the internet to try and find out about more things to do in a certain country. Yeah.
Okay.
I think just to add on to that is that, you know, the young population is mobile, always connected, and, you know, you have to reach them on those channels. I have a 16-year-old and a 13-year-old son. You know, Facebook is not what they do, you know, so while we are just getting onto Facebook now, we need to adapt our businesses, especially if we're targeting Gen Z, to use the channels that they are currently using. And there are lots of studies that currently show that within the Gen Z, even searching for travel is happening on Instagram and on TikTok, not on Google, like we would potentially do it. Yeah.
Amazing. And having built ventures, and a lot of those ventures are social media led, some of them, how difficult is it to adopt a business onto a social media platform, just for those who are not aware of the maybe some of the complexities or the, you know, how to work on it?
I think you're asking the wrong person, because like I said, I'm from the previous generation. How we work as a venture studio is that we have a core venture studio team. Within that core venture studio team, we have experts in different verticals. So we will have sales and marketing. We will have a legal person. Right now, we're hiring for an AI expert. And in that case, we'll have a digital marketing expert. And that core studio team supports each one of our co-founders. So it kind of de-risks everything, because rather than a new founder and a new business having to hire an AI expert or having to hire a digital marketing specialist, at the early stages of their business, when they're getting off the ground and really validating, is the market size big enough before they raise funding, we provide those resources from a central point of view. So that's the strategy that we've used. But you know, I think that it is ever changing, and it's very, very difficult to keep up. So you really have to study and understand young people and their habits and their traits. And then, you know, one of the interesting things when we were doing a study is that if you look at traditionally how most of us thought about traveling, and we would sort of say, okay, we're going to travel next year, you save money in chunks, and then you go for your one big holiday, 2 weeks in. Young people don't do that. young people are very resourceful. Even if they don't have the money, they're traveling regardless, and they're figuring out how they're going to do that. So I think the advice I would give is that you really need to look at your stakeholder, interview hundreds of young people, find out what their problems are, and then build solutions that are actually solving the real problems. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, do you have something to add?
Yeah,
carry on.
just to add on to what he's saying as well. One of the things as well that could be focused on is group travel. And then also, especially when the young people are the ones being targeted, you look at school holidays and then offer trips that encourage people to come into one country and then be able to visit maybe 4 other countries in the region. And also that's where we then need flexibility in terms of visa requirements and how we move in a certain region. And then also, then you use that, like you were saying, because once people come in, then accommodation, transport, tour guides, they all get to benefit from just this one interest that might have brought a young person into a certain country. And then also the more they share about it, then their friends want to come. And then also what I've noticed is once young people enjoy something, they want to come back to it and they want to bring more people with them. So yeah.
I'm kind of picking up here to break down the large package holidays into like kind of micro activities and then have them on a social media platform, which is easily accessible to then be able to interact with the experience more readily rather than having to go through old school channels, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think Airbnb, for example, launched a product called Airbnb Experiences, where as a young person, you can provide an activity, whether it's a food tour of Gaborone, and when somebody books accommodation through Airbnb, they're presented with options of like, oh, okay, now that you've booked your accommodation, these are things that you could do. So I think there's so many opportunities for young people within tourism, but I think the biggest challenge is that how do we address young people traveling? How do we get more Africans, crossing their borders and going to neighboring countries and experiencing that culture, and learning from and I encourage everybody, and including myself, to purchase her book because she has traveled to 55 countries and she really can give us those insights. It's like, what is great. I did ask her a question yesterday over lunch. I was like, since you've been to all 55 countries, which is your favorite country? And she was very diplomatic in her answer. Yeah.
You don't have one?
No, I don't have one. I feel like all countries have their own unique offerings. Some countries are on the coast, some have like more desert to offer, some are more tropical, and then you get to enjoy more of a variety of fruits that you wouldn't have tried anywhere else. So yeah, but also in terms of what you're saying, in addition to that, we need to take advantage of our culture and our traditions, food offerings. I've noticed that we don't really do a lot of that in Africa, but it's done outside of Africa, where you travel and there's like cooking classes and you get to go and experience something. A lot of people yesterday enjoyed what we were eating, but probably they would attend if somebody was to say, come, I'll show you how to cook seswa, because I had everybody raving about that, but most people are going to leave. I met one young man here who said he's going to buy beef and go back home with it. And I was asking him, so do you think when you get home and cook it, it's going to taste the same? And it's like, he doesn't know, but maybe he'll find someone from Botswana in his home country to cook it for him. So
there is one more sort of opportunity, and I think it's post-COVID, the work environment has changed considerably. And there's a real interesting opportunity within the digital nomad space. And that starts at the highest level, where governments are now offering digital nomad visas, where young people can come and stay and have no restrictions from a work point of view for a longer period than a tourist visa. And then there has been this emergence of everything from co-working spaces and things to help remote working. So again, when you study that segment, you realize that they are very unique. Young people are not in, I imagine that young people are not going to live in one country in the future. They'll be citizens of 2-3 places and spending 3 months here. They're not going to work for one organization for the rest of their lives, like a lot of we do. The gig economy is certainly here, and you do find a lot of young people have 2, 3 projects or work that they're working on. So how do we address their needs? And I think that the digital nomad opportunity is quite big in Africa as well. If I was, a European in February living in Finland, where I'm buried in like 10 meters of snow, do I really want to be there working, or do I want to be in, Lamu, as we discussed, on the beach? So infrastructure, internet connectivity, and especially from the highest level, the ability to offer digital nomad visas, I think will encourage young people to travel to Africa. And I think the biggest challenge when I was speaking to her is really the visa situation. And some members mentioned it on the first day. We do need this United States of Africa visa, like the Schengen states, where if I'm coming to South Africa, I can travel to other countries without having to then apply, and those logistics become a nightmare. And a lot of people would say, like, I would rather go to Asia, I'd rather go to South America, where they've been doing young and adventure travel for a long time. Yeah.
Amazing. Look, I really appreciate your insights, and it's been great to hear your story of traveling. Great to hear the business perspective on your opportunities. Our time is up, unfortunately, but I think there's a lot there for the audience to uncover in terms of new opportunities, some of the other areas of Africa to visit even, and some of the pieces which solo travelers can enjoy. But also there's always going to be that market which will appreciate the old school package holidays, but then obviously breaking it down into micro experiences, using social media, tapping into that new customer segment, which is growing at an alarming rate, right? It gives the audience some food for thought. So thank you so much for your time, and round of applause for our panelists, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for that conversation around the youth travel. Ladies and gentlemen, our next and final panel is an expert dialogue on tourism accommodation operations in Africa. To lead this conversation, please welcome on stage moderator, the Chief Executive Officer of Africa Tourism Partners South Africa, Kwake Donko. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Why have they stopped playing? You want to dance? Play, please, carry on. Stand up, everybody. Stand up. Good afternoon. Yeah, you can't be boring, audience, right? And we must take something home. And we know something that we can, very special. I saw all of you last night, right? Moving it left, right, center, in the middle. Right, so you can't hide that. I think in the interest of time, we'll be very quick. And my panel know who they are, panel members, and I would like them to join me on stage. Jerry, if you are here, please. We got Samantha, Robin, and Mr. Mokwena. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome them. As they come to the stage, I would like each one of you to start thinking. If you had a B&B a restaurant, any operations across the tourism value chain, what two critical things would you like to hear from them? So that when the time comes and you raise your hands and you are the lucky one or the chosen one, you can ask your question. Please have a seat. Now, the topic we are trying to deal with here is the key ingredients for running financial viable tourism accommodation and hospitality brands in the post-COVID era. And we all know what COVID has done. I'm going to change it around. Instead of me asking the question, I want 3 questions from the floor based on the topic that anyone would like to ask. It also to test you if you have been good students and you've been checking the program, or you just sit for the program to come before we start. Any questions from the floor? Anyone? You see? So you've not been studying. Yesterday you were busy partying, you were not doing your homework. Right. So let's make it very interactive. Let me start with you, Mr. Mokwena, because we are in your home. You run Krista. It's one of the Botswana exports in terms of hospitality. And I know that you've opened a property in South Africa recently. You are in Zimbabwe. I'm not sure if there is something in Zambia. But it's one of the special Botswana exports. If Kwachi would like to start an operation and grow to your level, what are the 3 things that I need to do to be able to get there? It doesn't matter whether it's Kwachi B&B or Kwachi, these days, Airbnb. It could be Kwachi's guest house, Kwachi's lodge. What are the 3 things that I should do? What advice can you give me from this perspective? I know it's a curveball, but it's always good to get curveballs. Please, can someone help us here?
Good afternoon. This is certainly a graveyard shift. I think people are looking to, thank you, Mr. Kwando, for trying to activate the audience in that Setswana song. Maybe just as a way of introduction, formally, my name is Mokwena Murulani, Managing Director of Cresta Marakanelo Limited. So we, as was mentioned, we operate 11 hotels in Botswana, 1 in South Africa, Cape Town, 5 in Zimbabwe as part of the Cresta family. So going back to your question, Kwando, the 3 things that one would do. I always say cash is king. So we went through a very difficult period with COVID-19. But one of the key learnings from there was that you need to have a buffer of cash. You need to be able to save during good times, and appreciate that you will go through headwinds, tailwinds will be there, but all of these things come to pass. One of the other critical things is that, you have to place a lot of emphasis and importance on staff. So people are critical. In fact, we put people before guests, before customers, because without our people, we don't have a company. So cash is king. People are more important. Also, you need to be conscious of, evolving consumer trends. What people used to like last year, last week, last month, won't necessarily be relevant today. So you need to be ahead of the curve in terms of what people require from a service offering. One other thing is that you need to be able to leverage on digitalization, on artificial intelligence, on digital marketing capabilities, and be agile in terms of how you conduct business. Thank you.
Be so stingy. Please give me a better round of applause. Don't be stingy. Right, thank you. Jerry, you got an iconic product. I know two of them, and one of the brand is fantastic. Everyone, is there anyone here who doesn't know Nelson Mandela's name? Nelson Mandela? Anybody here who haven't heard of Nelson Mandela? No, get the question. You are not being good students. The question is there anyone in the room who has never heard of Nelson Mandela? Everyone, great, excellent. So Jerry will tell a story, but before you answer the question, Jerry, please introduce yourself quickly, and then you can tell us why I'm asking that question.
Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. I think before I answer or even introduce myself, I just want to say that I've been to Gaborone, I don't know how many times, but last night was my best night in Gaborone ever. So it was just, so to the organizers, it was just beautiful. I fell in love with your music, and I just think it's absolutely incredible. So well done to those who put the night together last night.
So you were the assistant headmaster for last night, eh?
I was on time this morning.
Oh,
so
okay.
That's the important bit.
Right.
My name is Jerry Mabena. I run a company called Mutsamai Tourism. And we call it Mutsamai because it's a new company. It's new in terms of we had a management buyout from another company. We were part of a very large corporation called Tebe Investments. And we bought out the tourism division, and we named it Mutsamai because one of the founders of Tebe was Nelson Mandela. So for those of you who might have read his Long Walk to Freedom, when he was arrested in Howick, his alias was David Mutsamai. So we used that name twice so that it represents the legacy of Nelson Mandela, and then it also is a traveler, as some of you might know. And why you asked me about iconic products, I think when we came in, we came in a bit late into the market. I think we were new. And one of the things that I said to the team is that if we are going to stand out, we need to be different. And if we are going to be different, we need to do different things. And we deliberately took a strategy that says that we will either do iconic products or do products in iconic destinations. That's really all we do. So when we had the opportunity to do Nelson Mandela's house, for us, in as much as it was in a normal suburb of Houghton in Johannesburg, but the name and the place and the history represents iconic status. So we converted that place into a boutique hotel, and we really pride ourselves on the accommodation as well as the food there and the people. I mean, when we welcome you, when you come there, we say, welcome home, because we believe that it's a home for everyone. So I think from a staff point of view, to your point, we've trained our teams that don't make me feel like I'm in a hotel, make me feel like I'm in a home. So when you get there and you want something that's not in a menu, they will go and find it. So that's really what we try and do.
Thank you very much. So there are a couple of things that's coming out here. We know very well from Mr. Mokwena that we need to have the cash, which we'll unpack a bit. We need to ensure that the people are taken care of, understand consumer trends, innovation and technology. And what you are saying is that uniqueness, distinctiveness of the product is extremely important so that you stand out of the crowd. So whatever we are doing, there should be something that should differentiate us from others. And with that, possibly we can go far.
Yes, and I think if I can just add, I don't want to dominate this conversation, but the other thing that's also important for us was in one of our other projects, and some of you might have heard of a place called the Shalati Train on the Bridge Hotel, which is in the Kruger National Park. We built that in the middle of COVID, and we opened that in the middle of COVID. But one of the important things for us there was we were in a rural area. 80% of our staff comes from very poor rural communities, and they don't know anything about five-star service. So we literally used the time during COVID to train them, to get them to a level where they can actually do five-star services. So that's the other thing that I think is very important to when you talk about uniqueness, the way you treat your people and the way you make them feel, they will pass on to the guests. I think that Mkwena said that quite articulately.
Thank you very much, Jerry. And I think what you are saying is that it doesn't necessarily mean people have to be having university qualifications. People need to be specifically trained, go through the process. If you take them, you spend time with them, you capacitate and build them, they will be able to deliver.
Yeah, if I can use a simple phrase, we recruit for attitude and we build aptitude.
Great. So those of us with bad attitude, we have to change before we leave here. Eh? If not, Jerry will not employ us. Samantha, we've talked about Krista, which is a brand, an African brand. We talk about a South African brand linked to an iconic product. You've worked with global brands. Yeah. If we are doing Samantha B&B or Samantha Restaurant, or where we were last night, where we would do outdoor, whatever, what are the three things that you feel we can learn from the big brands that we can incorporate into our way of operations to ensure that we are financially viable?
Okay.
Introduce yourself briefly first, please.
So as you've heard, my name is Samantha Muna. I was working for the Hilton Group, but prior to that, and for the last 13 years, my sisters and I have started Trianum Hospitality Group. It's a group that has 3 divisions. The first division is Trianum Consulting, where we work with owners to conceptualize their hospitality investments. And we walk that journey with them from concept right through to execution. We have Trianum Management, which manages extended stay serviced apartments in Nairobi and now looking to expand across East Africa. And we have our newest baby, Nest and Nomad by Trianum, which is the Airbnb short stay independent houses and homes that people have given to us to manage and grow those. So under the Trianum Group, we've got the 3 different umbrellas. So to your question, the 3 things that you look for that would be hugely successful or that would make your property be successful. The first is really drilling down on what your concept is. And as Jerry has just said here, he said that they are very clear about their strategy, either unique properties or iconic properties or iconic destinations. When you try to be all things to all people and you don't have a clear strategy, you're headed for a bit of a bumpy ride. So the first thing that we do is try and help individuals figure out exactly who they want to be and what their properties are going to grow up to be. You start with thinking the end in mind. What do I want the market to know my property for? And how do I then distill that to make sure that those key elements come out in my strategy and in my execution? The second aspect is what was earlier said, cash is king. In that concept, we also make sure that we fully understand what the costs or the development costs of the project are going in. And those are drilled down to the very basics. The first is, concepting, branding. You need to put some money towards that, strategizing. The second is now the brick and mortar, and that's where a lot of people put their focus on. And the third is the costs that you put towards your service delivery. Service delivery does come with a cost element to it. And many times we find that a lot of projects struggle because they finish building the brick and mortar. They buy the beds and the bed sheets, the obvious things that we see, but they don't leave any money for what we call pre-opening and launching the product into the market. So the soft costs tend to be forgotten out, and that makes the product struggle in coming to market, especially if it's going to be an independent boutique hotel or an independent property. You need a lot more in terms of your advertising and marketing costs so that then you can be able to make your property stand out against the competition.
Yeah, thank you very much, Samantha. Hold your thoughts there. Robin, it's very interesting. One critical component of this equation is show me the money, right? Gary McQuire. And I had a staff member who would tell me that the loyalty is in the money, right? But it's in the money, but you need to take processes because the cash is king. How do we get there? So there are two things here. One, how do I get somebody to bring in the cash if I don't have enough? I'm not going to use the fancy terms, equity and stuff. Then two, how do I make sure that when I'm going, I've got the cash and I'm investing in the Kwachi B&B, at the end of the day, I don't run out of cash. The third question, three questions in one, don't worry, how do I also make sure that I don't get an architect who designed a hospital to design me a hotel? Right, take any one of them, whatever you are comfortable with.
Yeah, I think you might have to remind me of that. That's you want
Right,
to get done with
I'll
this.
come back to that one.
So on the funding side, I think I'm going to try not to overlap too much. And obviously there was discussion yesterday as well that talked to the financing. But I think just to add a couple of extra things to that. And I think the one thing is and just from experience in the background also on just investment promotion in the past and having seen a lot of people actually looking for funding for new projects. And one big thing that came up is also just people that are coming, that are sponsoring projects, they don't have anything to contribute themselves. And I think the first step is just do what you can to have something that you couldn't put down. And I know that's a very difficult one. And you're not going to necessarily have enough capital to actually put towards a project yourself. But what lenders are looking for, they want to see that you're willing to commit as well. So whatever you can do just to put some funding towards that, I think that's quite an important aspect. And then well, I don't know, I might be pushing it if I start talking also with carrying on with the financing going forwards, is talking to the cash. You've both spoken about the cash as well, is actually looking at the numbers of your business. If you've got faith that that is a good business, then let's see that in the numbers. It doesn't help to say it's going to be a great business but the numbers just don't add up because the funders aren't going to want to put their money in if you don't have faith in the numbers yourself. Then
I was talking of the architect who builds hospitals versus the one who builds hotels, but the one who builds hospital is cheaper.
Yeah.
So ask him to design your hotel.
Yeah. So I think a big thing with that, well, first of all, the straightforward answer is get the experts to tell you who to use.
Exactly. Now you
But I
responded.
think also, just to your point, like you say, they might be cheaper. But for me, it's also thinking from the financial perspective. You've got to think long term. You can't think they're going to be cheaper. They're going to give you what you want now. They say they know what they're going to do. And obviously look into them because they might actually be quality. But I think it's important to think of the long term. You might be saving on those high development costs now, but what are you losing going forwards? I think that's important.
Thank you very much. Give them a round of applause, please. Mr. McQueen, and now I've got my cash, and I'm sure you borrowed me, Mr. Marani, you borrowed me a couple of hundreds of thousands of dollars. So I've got a cash. And I've gone out and poached and get all the right people to work for me. I've looked at the consumer trends. Everything is fine. My marketing is top class. But I have to run the operation on day-to-day basis. And that comes with cost, that comes with management, that comes with a whole lot of things. And if I don't manage that well, the cash that you borrowed me possibly will disappear into the thin air. How do I ensure that on daily basis, my operations are such that I don't run into trouble financially?
Like you need to be able to leverage on value chains. We support the UNDP supply program, where we work with mostly youth companies that supply us with goods and services. So we try to support them in that endeavor. So we support them in terms of how to price the goods, how we also engage with, where youth engage in production of agricultural products, from farm to table. And and really support them in terms of how to draw up financials, how to ensure that our operations are efficient, that our pricing is right. Even with things like ratios, staff to room ratio, you have to get that balance right. Our portfolio of hotels is mostly business hotels. So I can tell you now that the ratio would range between 0.85 to 0.9 per room. And then we have some leisure properties where the ratio of staff to rooms would be from 3 to 1.
Yeah, just hold it there. Yeah. The ratios you are talking about is science to me.
Yeah.
It's something I don't understand. I haven't heard. What do you mean by ratios?
Well, it's really part of how you you optimize costs. Because remember, for you to make profit is your revenue. You need to maximize your revenue. You need to optimize your costs, and that's how you have profit.
Okay, no, thank you.
So
a lot of us are French speaking, and you are speaking English, so we couldn't understand that French. So I wanted us to translate into English. Yeah. Thank you. Give me a round of applause for that. So basically, don't just take the numbers, work it out. There is a lot of ratios, and it's not only one ratio. There are multiples that you have to look at. And that is why Robin said, get the people expert or train your people, as Jerry said, to make sure that they understand these things to be able to run profitably. Thank you very much. Jerry, from your perspective, you are not, he's got a group, so he got economies of scale, right? So the cost could be spread around here and there. You don't have that economies of scale because you are distinctive, iconic destinations or products, right? And the volume in terms of room numbers is also very minimal. So possibly it's high value, low volume, right? How do you work your ratios to ensure that operationally it's going well? Because if I have 10-bedroom hotel guest house, I should still make sure that it's profitable. How do I make, if I'm running 40% occupancy, how do I still make money? What should I be doing to make sure I don't lose more money from that perspective?
There are two parts to that conversation. The first one is you're managing costs. I think the Temukwen is absolutely spot on. So when you do I think it's 1 to 3 or 1 to 4, you are saying that for every one of your employees, you're going to be able to support 3 guests. But if you put experiences on top of that, you then need to say to yourself, I'm adding a little bit more to just a bed and maybe some food. So you need to then price that piece. And then you end up with a situation where instead of kind of doing a 1 to 4, you might end up with basically having one employee, or rather 12 guests to a little bit more employees. My ratios are throwing me out today. Let me make an example. In a 120 employee kind of a situation, I can still do 12 bedrooms, which is quite a strong ratio. But if you want to increase that, you can actually do more clients or you can have more staff, but you have to increase your revenue at the top. So what you need to always be looking for is, if I'm adding more services onto my platform, how much money do they add? Because if you don't, you only end up adding costs onto your operations without managing the concomitant revenue. I think that for me is the balancing act.
Thank you very much. But I think another key component is that then the quality of the service give you the opportunity to charge premium, which will help you to cover part of it.
You need to charge for it.
Right.
Yeah.
Good. So there's nothing for free. Right. Thank you. But if the quality is good, people will not complain about the premium price. Am I right? Great.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Samantha, no, let's go to Robin back. Robin, I need to get some money. I know you mentioned it briefly. I need to set up this program. I've got a great concept. I've got an equity. It cost me 100,000. I got 40,000. What are the critical documents do I need to put in place to make sure? Because you mentioned you got to check the numbers, because the numbers might not make sense. But I think it's not just the numbers. There are a couple of other things that come with it. What would they be? 3 of them that are not negotiable.
Yeah. So I'm going to just add something on before that,
Right.
just related to what you're saying. And I think it's, again, something that I've seen a lot of, is that you have entrepreneurs and project sponsors that come to you so passionate about their concept. Like you said, a great concept in mind, they're really passionate about it, which is great. And there's a lot of positivity there, and it could be a great concept. But I encourage people to really think through their own concepts critically. So you're not just looking at, I've got this great concept, come give me money. And you see that happening. But you need to also understand for yourself and get different perspectives to understand where the risks are, not to hold you back from the project, but actually to show you, to help you to optimize if those things do come up. So that's something definitely that came up a lot with people looking for funding for those kind of concepts, new concepts. One, and then very important, again, is having that business plan in place. And within that also find a feasibility study, a market and financial feasibility study. Generally, it does need to be a bankable document. So that's why often, and I'm not just plowing the experts here, but that's obviously a lot of the time you do need experts that the banks know, so that they can provide the market analysis and financial feasibility studies to show what kind of returns are likely to come. Yeah.
Right, great. Samantha, before we give the floor to the audience, now I know Dari Marine is you scaling up. Jerry might be scaling up. As a small operator, what are your advice for me to be able to increase my operations so that the ratios that they are talking about, I think it's no longer French to all of us. I can make sure that the ratios are truly balanced and are with global best practice so that I'm able to generate the necessary revenue to sustain the business.
So in order for you to just be sustainable, you have to understand that for the new businesses that you're launching, they need a ramp-up period. They need a period to reach break even. And then from break even, they need a time to stabilize where you truly do understand your linkages between your guests coming in and your cost base and your profit margins, so that then you can fine tune those. So the panel earlier talked about, data, using data. So one of the things that we say is track everything. Track everything that you're doing in your business. Track the number of guests who come in, which is obvious because that's occupancy, but track the costs, track all the hidden costs. When you offer that, complimentary bottle of water, what does that cost you? When you offer, to change your linen every third day, what's the cost impact of that? So start tracking all your costs and start tracking and everything that you do towards a monetary perspective so that you can understand how those linkages all translate to the bottom line. And that helps you then be able to make sure that you can adjust as you go along and you can make the decisions, the right decisions that you need to make to remain profitable.
So give them a round of applause. Tracking, monitoring, and evaluation. It's like going to a boarding school. You are giving so much that you have to eat for a term. So every time that you take something from your cupboard or whatever, you got to take so that you don't run out of food before the term closes. Is that correct? Great, thank you. Now let's open the floor. The floor is yours. I'm going to take 3 questions at a time. There's a gentleman there. Please make sure your question relates to the topics, right? And will help us to improve the quality. Susan, okay, we got one here. We got one here. Where is the third one? Ladies first. We will come to you. Let's start with the lady.
Thank you, and quite a good conversation. I have 2 very short. How can accommodation facilities maintain a fresh look over time? And staff retention, how to go about staff retention?
We've taken that. Ladies and gentlemen, just take note. Sir?
Thank you, sir. Mine is in technology integration. How crucial is the integration of technology in enhancing guest experience and operational efficiency. And what technology have shown significant impact, if there's any?
All right. Who would like to take what? You are at liberty. Robin, you want to go first? You can tackle any of the questions, and or should we repeat them? You're fine.
That's fine. But I think with technology, I think I'm just going to make a very quick comment and then hand it over to the guys that actually that know this a bit more from a practical perspective. But I think just something to add to that on the innovation and technology side is the importance, again, somebody mentioned staff. It's about how we treat them, but it's also about learning from them. I think there's a lot of value that's within your staff. The technology, as a business leader that's been in the same industry doing the same thing maybe for 20, 30 years, I think sometimes you can get into a rut. And I think the technology, we need to be the new ideas, the innovation, we need to be open to listening to our staff, listening to the people and creating that environment where people can actually come up with new ideas and come up with new technologies. So you're not always relying on what somebody else has designed for a different kind of business and then try and like fit that into your own. But I think one of you guys would be very good at answering.
Okay, Daddy Morani, can you respond to the ladies or one of them, any of them?
Yeah, I will speak to technology. And so
okay.
Technology is always evolving. You know, you look at ChatGPT, you look at artificial intelligence. So what we're trying to do at our hotels is leverage on technology through, we are now introducing a property management system, which will talk to personalization. So every time you come into a hotel, the first time you come in, you provide your ID documentation, your passport, and then it gets saved in the system. Also being conscious of legislation such as the Data Protection Act that we need to be careful with that sort of data. Also looking at, keyless entry into your rooms. Also looking at how we make it seamless when you check in and when you check out, leveraging again on technology. Just maybe to touch on to, refurbishments and staff welfare issues. Look, a lot of hospitality entities were cash strapped during COVID. So a lot of us are trying to catch up, to try and modernize the look and feel of our properties. Remember, hospitality basically consists of three things. It's the physical product, it's the food, and it's service. And then service, again, relating to staff. I made the point that staff is sacrosanct. It's the most important. So without the staff, you are, dead in the water. So you have to be deliberate around programs that you put in place for staff welfare. You have to have wellness days. You have to ensure that you pay your staff competitively. Hospitality is a tough business, so the margins are very, very tough. So you have to be conscious of costs, but at the same time, be deliberate about how you incentivize and motivate your staff. And it doesn't have to be monitored.
That is for the retention, correct. I think one important point, maybe I may add as well, you don't wait for the property to get dilapidated before you start. So there got to be a regular maintenance program in place that has to take place regularly and possibly plan maintenance for long term. Will I be right, Jerry?
Absolutely. And it's little things. I mean, it's a crack on the wall that somebody leaves for a month or 2 months, and it just becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. And then it just
like the potholes.
So as soon as you see it, you just fix it. And these are little things that don't cost a lot of money. So you just have a little small tin of paint at the back of your place and somebody does that. Okay. But I want to talk about the staff retention issue. It's a very tricky one because it's driven by multiple variables. If you're sitting in a place where skills are in short supply, you are likely to get people poaching your people, which is something that we suffer from. But consistently train your people. I think that you can never run away from. The second part for me is in the briefing document that we had, I think there was innovation. And for me, innovation is best when it's coming bottom up from the people who are on the floor interacting with guests. I think as management and property owners, I think it's time that we almost humble ourselves and know that the housekeeper has some brilliant ideas, I think, and we saw it in one of our properties where this lady started playing around with folding toilet paper. And she was making these little designs on the toilet paper. And when guests were walking in, it was always a fascinating thing. They were looking forward to seeing what design is in my room at that particular point. And that literally became quite a big thing. We even got some comedian in South Africa making a whole thing about it. So it's important that you give them that opportunity. I mean, sometimes they may want to start a garden at the back to supply the kitchen. We encourage them to do those things. And then they have a sense of ownership. So that's very important, yeah.
Great, so some level of agility. Okay, we've overstayed our welcome. Give them a round of applause. Let's give,
Mr. Donko, there's a few questions that also came from the online audience.
Okay, go ahead,
If
please.
I should also say that out.
Please,
There's
say
a
that.
question that seems to be repeating coming in from Ratabile. Ratabile is asking, says, I will repeat my question today and ask how quality assurance of accommodation is measured or regulated in Botswana. In South Africa, we have the Tourism Grading Council of South Africa, which have grading criteria that are globally benchmarked and reviewed every 3 years. But grading is voluntary, which means that there's an imbalance in the offerings of accommodation and understanding of star grading or quality assurance. And the last one is coming in from Becky Dube, who is asking what trends in the accommodation business does the panel see shaping the future of hospitality in Africa? Becky Dube is from Curiosity.
Becky Dube, I thought he was here. Okay, he couldn't make it. Right, so let's give it a minute from each one of you. One is about quality assurance, benchmarking here in South Africa. My short is they've got to be standard, agreeable standards, regulated to ensure that everything here, you don't get Quatches 5-star and it's the same as Jerry's 3-star. So they got to be, and I think there are a couple of models there. But Mr. Rani, you are here, and I think you are the right person to respond to that. A minute, please.
I will not attempt to speak on the behalf of BTO, Botswana Tourism Organization. They do grading and licensing in this country. So essentially they're tasked with two things. The grading and licensing part on one hand and marketing Botswana as a destination. So they are
responsible for that.
Grading.
All right.
Yeah.
So Utabile, please engage BTO from that perspective. Jerry?
But maybe just to talk to standards. Obviously, each hotel entity, we have our own standard operating procedures.
Right.
We have our manuals in terms of the look and feel of our various hotels, be they business hotel or leisure properties. So over and above the standards set by BTO, we've got our own internal standards which go
Which
beyond.
you augment, amplify, and elevate what BTO has given you. Right. Thank you very much. Jerry, can you address the trends in 1 minute?
Yeah, I think that's a very difficult one because where I operate, I'm not driven by bricks and mortar. I'm driven by what the guest is looking to experience. And I create a product that comes behind the guest experience. So in some cases, I mean, we've just started a pop-up hotel because people want to be in open spaces, in kind of spaces that are not claustrophobic, and they want small properties and small experiences. Right. So there we've done a tented camp, and in next year we're starting a glass dome hotel. And those are driven by the trends of people wanting to go out, to retreat, to move away from crowds, to almost detox from technology. Okay. So I think maybe as far as that is concerned, I'm not the best person to answer.
Thank you. I think you've answered the question. Give me a round of applause. You've given the two trends. It got to be determined by customer experience and customer needs. And your second point is open spaces. If you go to all the reports that have been compiled post-COVID, open spaces have become one of the critical needs of consumers who are travel consumers, one may put it that way. Now, the gentlemen have given a shot. Samantha, in a minute, please.
So speaking to the trends, a good point that Jerry, you brought up is experiences. And even in urban cities, like our extended stay apartments are in the city of Nairobi, what we've done is we've actually gotten a sales manager who focuses on curated experiences. So every 2 weeks, she puts together curated experiences that we market to our in-house guests, because we do extended stay. We get guests who are staying with us for quite a prolonged period of time. And our guests have been very positive towards this. You find that the experiences could be off the beaten path.
Thank
and
you,
many
sir.
of them are cultural experiences.
I think the underlying word off the beaten path, because you keep on doing the same thing, you'll get the same results. Correct? Great. Robin, please.
There's no, I think what you've actually covered, I think the key there is people are looking for more personalized experiences. So whether it's that outdoor location or it's your normal, your business hotel, but that little bit of extra experience to it. But if I can just add one thing, just
Please,
to
go
pick up
ahead.
2 key things that have been mentioned very briefly, but I find very important. Agility, a big lesson that came out of COVID is about having agility in your business, allowing those decisions to be made by various different levels and not wasting time and being able to benefit from that. And then the other thing is cost optimization, not cost cutting, it's cost optimization. You mentioned that. And that is all about knowing your numbers. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think we will end on the note of trends. Customer needs, customer experience, curated experience, personalized experience, agility, right? And the only thing that is very critical, another important underline all this is innovation and digitalization. Am I right? On this note, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a very big of applause. Round of applause. Right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Madam MC, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Donko, and your panelists. Let's give them another round of applause, please. All right, so we have reached the end of our program this afternoon, and to close it out for us, to give us key outcomes as well as a vote of thanks, I'd like to call the CEO of Milvest Advisory, Mr. Mila Matola, to close it up for us. But before that, I think I should also just say my thanks. I would like to give a special thank you to our sponsors and partners for the ATLF 2023. Would like to give a special shout out to the Botswana Tourism Organization, the Africa Tourism Partners, AFCFTA, the UNWTO, BDO, ICCA, ATTA, UNISA, Milvest, and everyone else really who participated and made sure that today or the entire week really went the way it went. But I'd also like to give a special shout out to the organizing committee and everyone, all the other teams that made the entire forum very productive. We convene here later, ladies and gentlemen, for the gala dinner as well as awards. But you'll also be hearing about lunch logistics through our announcer. But before that, I'd like to say thank you so much. You've been such a kind audience. My name is Oratile Kifithile. We'll see you later. But in the meantime, Mr. Matola, come and give your vote of thanks as well as summary of the day. Let's welcome him with a thunderous round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, Ratile. Great. We've kind of come to the end of our program, and my job is really a very simple one, to thank everyone who's made this possible. But I must say, for a minute there, when I saw these 2 things in front of me, they almost sent me back to yesterday, and I almost started grabbing them and doing my own thing. Those of you who saw me dancing last night would know what I'm capable of. Lily? Great. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the 6th ATLF forum. And I think it's only befitting that we thank everyone who has made this possible. And it's usually a challenge in that you run the risk of missing out or meeting other people because there's so many people involved and in making this happen. And it's not a once-off, it's an incremental process where every year the people before are the ones who make the success of the next forum. And so you almost have to thank everybody, Mr. Donko, from the first ATLF. You have to thank all those destinations which initially believed and trusted in the idea, and we're happy to host it. So I think we need to thank those destinations as well, South Africa, as well as Rwanda, and thank our current destination, Botswana, for what has been quite an outstanding ATLF over the past 2 years. The partners made this possible: Botswana Tourism, ICA, BDO, the Industrial Development Corporation, the Africa Free Continental Trade Area, who are a very strong partner in this regard, and who, I must say, you know, as I'm saying, what we do in one forum is a function of ideas that came before. And so 2022 in many ways birthed the idea of an AFCFTA forum on the creatives and the cultural industries. So we would like to thank the forum for that. Emily and your team, Desiree, we appreciate that. The UNWTO, also a partner throughout all this period. And you've heard the contribution that they've made through the messages of support. We thank them as well. We've also had several knowledge partners, UNISA, as well as Cornell University. There were airline partners, Airlink, South African Airways, and also mobility partners, Granger Rentals, accommodation partners, the Protea, Marriott, Hilton Garden, Avani Hotels, and other entities. So we'd really like to thank those who've made our memorable stay here and you know, gave us such a hospitable welcome and stay. The media as well, the daily tourism update, we thank you for that, Adele and the team, Voyage Afrique, Kojo and the team, Weniglam, Travel Magazine, KBC, Business Events, Irene and the team, thank you. Channel Africa, as well as Tanzania Safari, then the Business Day, Nigeria, TV3, Newsroom Africa, TBC, the BBC. We'd like to thank all of those. And critically, I must thank every one of you, delegates, and importantly, the people who participated here in one way or the other, as speakers, as panelists, as presenters, as performers, who gave us insight into the culture here in Botswana. I must say the performances which we were treated to here, as well as at the event last night. And most importantly, you know, we must also thank those who fed us and who also quenched our thirst, especially last night when we were most thirsty after 3 days of hard work. So we'd really like to thank those and the hospitality of this destination here. So I think please do give them a round of applause and give yourselves a round of applause. Then I must also thank the people who ran the program here. There are a lot of people behind the scenes who run the program, from our program directors today and the days before, Ratile, Naledi, and others who've been here, and these are the people who really make the event what it is. There are a lot of people in the background as well, the technical teams, the people who we need to thank. So please, let's give all of them a round of applause. Great. Now, coming to the, how would I say, the synthesis of the past 3 days. I must say to Mr. Donko, it is quite a challenge because there's been quite a packed program, and there was so much by way of invaluable input that has been received. But as we try to do with each ATLF, we try to focus on outcomes and actionable. We try to focus on actionable outcomes. So that is what we seek to do. So if I really ran through the entire program like I normally do and try to summarize, it's going to take us quite a bit of time. So what I'm going to do is really hark back to what the minister said in her opening remarks, to say that 2022 birthed certain milestones, which were then subsequently carried into the 2023 forum. And I'll just mention some of those. One is the national MICE strategy that Botswana is eventually implementing. A lot of the discussions and the deliberations and your suggestions and inputs went into that process, which then gave birth to the national MICE strategy that Botswana is now implementing. The partnership with the Africa Continental Free Trade Area around the creative and cultural industries that that formed the kind of the centerpiece of the deliberations in this forum was in many ways also best at ATLF 2022. And there are many discussions, you know, when people say go do the networking, because a lot of the networking happens outside of here, and the discussions and the real work happens outside of here. So it's important to say that. The Apex industry body that was referred to here by Emily and Mr. Donko for business, the ATPSA, which is the Apex body, like a representative platform, which will try and bring together all business associations and business across the continent to lobby and advocate for issues that matter to the industry and the sector, was birthed during 2022. I can almost remember the breakaway session that we had to go and deliberate on these issues. They were very heated exchanges, but I think out of that came a decision to say we need an apex body that will lobby and advocate for issues that matter to us as an industry. And lastly, the minister mentioned also the partnership with UNISA on Women Entrepreneurship Program, which, as you saw, was run in this particular ATLF as part of the entrepreneurship masterclass. So the issues of inclusivity, especially around women and youth, which have been coming through different platforms in the past, were incorporated into the ATLF 2023. And that is why you saw that we had on the program that entrepreneurship masterclass focusing on women in tourism. The same as with the masterclass, which focused on issues such as franchising and funding and financing. It's because in previous sessions, people said we need to talk about more about these issues, especially as they pertain to young people, as they pertain to women. And that's why you saw that we had on day one, which is day 0, for those who came on the second day, on the Tuesday, we ran then those programs. The exhibition and business exchange as well is something that is a part of ATLF, and that is really meant to create not only networks, but market access to markets. Because again, we understand that access to market is a very critical issue, in the same way as access to financing is another critical issue. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are some of the things that came out of the previous ATLFs. With regard to the ATLF 2023, I think there are various suggestions which were made, which I believe in terms of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area will also be looked at. And I think there are about five areas or so that came out. The issues around harmonization, whether it's harmonization at the regulatory level or whether it's at an accreditation or standards level, that's something that came out through very, very strongly. The issues around, for an example, the forums to address and really clarify how the AFTFC works is something that also came through very strongly. There are, Desiree, a couple of ones. I've touched on the standards. I've touched on the forums, but there's also the whole issue around that was raised here in terms of connectivity, for an example, and how the issue of connectivity it really requires a whole of government approach, which can be facilitated by FCFTA through the member countries to say all of them must subscribe to the whole process. Ensure that, for an example, they go through and sign up with SATM, ensure that all of them are all aligned behind this. I see she's giving the times up. Thank you. Desiree, there's three more that I think I missed. I lost my train of thought because of it. But in any event, as part of the ATLF, we will generate a report, a full report that details the action points emanating from this forum and the FCFTA Forum on Creative and Cultural Industries. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this time to thank you. It is important that we give you a report on these issues and we kind of give you a sense of what we are seeking to achieve. So sometimes you see these things emerging in the program, but you might not have a background as to where they emerge from. Because as we say, the ATLF strives, like all other platforms that we run, not to be a talk shop, but a platform for action. I thank you.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for that summary. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of today's official program. We are now going for lunch and some networking. Please note, speakers and other dignitaries will be served at the hotel restaurant, while the rest of the delegates will be served by the marquee to the left of this building as you exit. Please secure all your belongings as you exit. A Gaborone City tour has been planned for attendees. Shuttles will be availed after lunch for this tour. Later in the evening will be the final event of the ATLF 2023, the gala dinner and awards later at 6 p.m. All participants have been asked to kindly ascend the stage after this program for a photo opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, until next time, goodbye.